What's happening, everybody? Happy Saturday. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Hopefully everybody's doing good. Hopefully your week went great. Happy holiday 4th of July weekend for everybody. Hope everything works out the way you intend to. A lot of barbecues, a lot of fun, celebration, family, friends. It's crazy because I don't have anything really planned or scheduled for this weekend. And this has so far, like outside of maybe some spotty rain, this is probably going to be one of the nicer weekends as far as weather goes on the East Coast. And I got nothing planned. Unbelievable. I mean, I do have something to go to tomorrow, which I'm definitely looking forward to. That's a memoriam for one of my friends. His mother passed away. So that is something that I definitely have to be at. Salute to him. He knows who he is. Appreciate you, brother, as always. But as far as anything in regards to, barbecuing or 4th of July festivities, nothing as of yet. So I don't know what I'm going to get into but I'm going to do something. I mean, we're off. Might as well make the best of it, right? But I hope you guys are getting into something good and enjoying yourselves. I'm happy to be up once again on this beautiful Saturday. And yeah, man, salute to the chat. Good to see you guys. Thank you, JJ. Appreciate that, man. Thank you. Yeah. So, but the good thing about it is it's going to be a memoriam, but he is phrased it in proper terms. It's going to be a celebration of life. So we'll do. Let me see here. What's going on? Salute to Sherwin M. I'm going to come back to this. I see you put something in there. I'm going to come back to it, Sherwin. JJ, what's good? Salute. Almighty Finesse in the building. What's good? Ron Sarmiento in the building. What's good? El Servi. What's up? Walter Blackman Jr. Oh, damn. Appreciate you tuning in from work, bro. Hopefully this is something that allows you to get through your day. Oh man, look at this. Big task at hand. What's going on, brother? I'm happy to see you, man. Wait. You saying the Knicks were accused of tampering? What? What? Hold on. Let me see if I can a better. What? How's that? That's my best shocked face for right now. I can't believe it. I don't know how they're going to prove it. Where's the evidence? Yeah, that's going to be great. You know what would be really funny is if they throw the book at the Knicks. Like, all these other teams have gotten away with tampering, and even the ones that get caught, they get like penalized, whatever it is. For the most part, it's not even that hefty or crazy. And then there's all these other teams that get that are tampering and don't get caught. Watch them throw the book at the Knicks. This is going to be hilarious. Unbelievable. Anyway, wow, crazy. And you might be right, building blocks. Maybe you can't prove it. Maybe you can't. It's true. But I don't know. I don't know how they go about it because there's so many other teams that have gotten away with tampering, and to us, it's obvious at the time, but somehow they got away with it. I don't know. Like Chicago last year, everybody thought Chicago tampered the way they got Lonzo and the people that they got. Somehow they didn't get charged with tampering. Well, you're right about that. There really is no tampering in the NBA because everybody does it. I don't even know what's the point of trying to enforce it when everybody's doing it. You look like hypocrites doing it for one and not the other. It's crazy. Okay. Mavs are interested in Sexton. It is what it is, man. Look, that sucks. No, I mean, it doesn't suck for him, and it's good for the Mavs. I'm saying it sucks because it's another possible person off the board for the Knicks if they're interested in looking into him. I know he's not everybody's favorite player, but we can get into it and talk about him because I think it all depends on how the Knicks are trying to build out the rest of the roster and what they can do. Because salary wise, on paper, it doesn't look like the Knicks have much money, but there's still stuff that hasn't been done yet. So we don't know exactly how this is all going to play out. They haven't announced the Brunson deal as of yet, which means that there's probably some ways that they're trying to finagle stuff so that they can sign him and still have some money to play with to make another move. That's what I think. And I think other people think that as well. Salute to Black University. Good to see you. Thank you for tuning in. Hi, my guy, Julian Blum. What's going on, brother? Salute, salute. Jeremy Nussbaum is in the building. Geraldine McIver, the first lady of Still Knick fans. Good to see you. Shaw Powers, what's good? Salute, brother, salute. Dunny Music is in the building. Dunny. Oh, the Bulls did have to give up a second? I mean, okay. Yeah, because I swear to you, at one point I was looking for that whatever the penalty was, and I didn't find anything. So I'm like, did they even get penalized? Giving up a second? I mean, come on, man. That's nothing. That's why the Knicks have 18,000 second picks. 11, but you know what I mean. Like, that's the point. They know if they get penalized, they penalize. Now, maybe, like I said, I tell you, man, for whatever reason, New York, they try to stick it to New York. So they might hit New York with a twofer. Maybe they want 2 second-round picks or something, just because that's how it is. But the point is, they got it. They better not hit the Knicks with no first-round picks because it's just that doesn't make any sense. Visions is in the building. What's good, Visions? Appreciate you as always. You might. I see you, Sherwin. You might be right about that with Sexton. You might be right, but we'll get into it. We can talk about it. Keith Turner, what's good? Salute. IQJ, appreciate you. Salute in the building. My man called Mega is in the building. What's good? All right. Okay, so my man Frank Matos, appreciate you. Thank you. Appreciate that. And once again, guys, I want to say thank you. I appreciate all of y'all. It's a beautiful Saturday morning. I don't know where you're located, where you're at, if you're on the East Coast or not. You could be doing anything right now, enjoying yourself with the family. Like, I know for a lot of people this week that just passed and going into this weekend is like the beginning of beach weather for a lot of people. So I know that's on people's agendas. There's a whole bunch of stuff that you guys could be doing, and you're here rocking with me. I definitely appreciate that. Salute to you guys. Thank you for always supporting us. And my guy Wayne Peterson, what's good? Salute, salute. See, I already. Oh yeah, got the Morning Joe. Now this is not from where you think, and they're not sponsoring me. But if you guys wanted to sponsor me, like, I ain't mad. We can talk. The homemade iced coffee, it works. It's hitting. I'm gonna highlight that, Jeremy. I'm gonna get to. I'll highlight that, and I'll talk about it a little later when we get into to that player that you mentioned. Philip Jones, salute. What's good? All right, so excuse me. Let's get it cracking. You know what? Let's talk about some of the stuff that's going on. Let me get this straight. and put this in the chat. And then, yeah, okay. All right. So, yeah, let's get into it and talk about some of the stuff that's happening. You know, because I know I'm still very excited to see what the Knicks are working on, and as well as I'm sure you guys are as well. So, right after the intro. Yes, 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 yes. Okay. So, I mean, thank you guys once again. Hope your day is a good one, and you get a lot of special vibes from this weekend. You know, for the people who have to work, I hope the day goes smooth, and you know you're up and out of there and get to relax and enjoy yourself. And for everybody else who's off, you know, make the best of it, man. You know what? We deserve our breaks. We deserve it. This world is crazy right now. All right. Salute and peace to my man D's World of Hoops. Appreciate you as always. Let me see if I can grab before we get started. Let me just see if I can grab this. D's World Hoops. There we go. All right. So, guys, definitely, if you haven't already, definitely subscribe to D's World of Hoops, man. You know how he gives it up. You've seen him enough to know that he puts his all into analysis for basketball. He loves it, and he continues to give great content, man. He's doing a fantastic job. His channel is going to keep growing and growing, and I think you're going to be really excited to see some of the things he's got planned in the near future. So definitely support him if you haven't already. You know, as I like to say, tell a friend who tells a friend who tells another friend. Do that for my man D's World of Hoops. There is the link. So if you haven't checked out his channel or haven't subscribed, please do. Salute to my man D Coolest 718. What's going on, brother? Appreciate you. Oh, there he is. There's my guy. Salute, Quiet Money. I know I mentioned you the other day because I'm like, where you been at, man? It's good to see you, bro. All right. Oh, you know what, D? Let me put this link back in the chat because I know you just joined. I don't know if you saw it. Wacko in Brooklyn is in the building. What's going on, brother? Appreciate you. All right. So first off, let's say this. Let's talk about what we know, right? The New York Knicks have, you know, officially acquired Isaiah Hartenstein. We know that. That's a fact. It's on the books, on record. And I think it's a really good signing. I know that, you know, many people have already talked about it. I think I've already referenced it and talked about it a little bit on Thursday. But I think it's a really good signing. I think he's the type of player that is going to allow the Knicks to do so much more. We've been very limited in the fact that we haven't had a player of his capacity, you know, someone who can stretch the floor and do other things. And it's not a knock on the centers that we currently have. It's not a knock on Mitch or Sims. It's just the fact that, you know, call a spade a spade. They're not the best at being able to shoot the basketball, especially from distance. So he is pretty good at that. He's a pretty good 3-point shooter, even though, like I've mentioned before, his shot attempts are limited. It's not a big sample size, but from what he did shoot, he hit a good amount that you can say, all right, we can trust him that if we give him an opportunity to shoot, he's not going to basically affect the team negatively. He may not hit every shot, but he's decent. He's pretty good. It'll be like looking at Al Horford shoot, a better form, but Al Horford has been given the green light to shoot threes for quite some time. And is he a decent 3-point shooter? Yeah, he's not the greatest, but he doesn't hurt Boston for the most part, because for the ones that he does miss, he hits some clutch ones for that team. So yeah, I think that's fine. I think having him here is great. I think one of the most surprising things, and this is why I think this Hartenstein signing is so huge. He plays defense, guys. He plays defense. Like, it's already been highlighted by many, many people. And if you just look up, some highlight videos of how he gets after it, he plays really good defense, sound, solid defense that Thibodeau would love. So he's not a liability to me on any side of the court, because the biggest thing that we were facing is who could we bring in that could be an offensive threat for us or give us a little offense from the center position. But a lot of these guys don't play defense that well. Hartenstein plays pretty good defense. I mean, not even pretty good. He plays really good defense for the time that he's out there on the court, because he wasn't a starter. He was a backup, and he played limited minutes, like 17 to 18 minutes he averaged. Of course, obviously, there were some moments where he had to step up and play more, but that was what he averaged. So in the time that he was out there, I mean, he was a really good post defender and a really good perimeter defender for a 7-foot center. That's a really good thing that the Knicks did, man. I can't tell you how excited I am about this pick, because he is I wanted somebody like a Kelly Olynyk, who plays pretty good, can rebound and stretch the floor. I don't necessarily know if he was even somebody we could have got, but this is like the answer to what I've been looking for. A guy who can do that and give you, good defense at the same token. And here's the thing. This is like the most underrated thing that I keep stressing. Everywhere I go, I keep saying the same thing. I'm so excited about the fact that this guy knows how to move the basketball. He's a really good passer from the center position. And no offense to Mitch or Sims, but I don't think they got that in their bag. Now, Mitch could probably learn a little bit more offense. Not much, you know what I mean? Like, it's not easy, man. It's not easy to shoot the basketball if you don't naturally do it. But he might be able to learn a little mid-range type thing. He might learn like a hook shot or certain things down low. Same with Sims. But to be able to move and see people cutting and throw pinpoint passes the way you're supposed to, that's something you got to work at. And it's also, it's natural to be able to have that ability to say, okay, well, I'm getting the ball. I'm a center. I know I'm not the focal point of the offense. Now that I got the ball, I should shoot. No, Hartenstein is a guy who's willing to move the ball in your system. He'll pass it. He'll do backdoor, passes. He'll, like whatever you ask of him as far as moving the ball, even if it's dribble hand, like he does all of that stuff, and he does it well. I don't know if it's because he's a lefty, the way the passes come out his hand, it looks good. I'm rocking with it. So great signing by the Knicks. If you wanted to give a grade, that's an A+, if you ask me. And Jeremy Nussbaum agrees. Okay, Jeremy. I appreciate that, man. Yeah, I agree with that. Definitely an A+, man. Good signing by Leon and the Knicks. Got to give him credit when credit's due. Yeah, so good job by them. Let me see. Ajay is in the building. Salute. Appreciate you. Keyshawn is in the building. What's good? Pudge Nice. Salute. Nick Jr. think I got everybody. I mentioned El Servi. Yeah. Okay. All right. So, yeah. So Hartenstein, great. Happy. The re-signing of Mitch. Can we praise? I'm gonna clap it up for the Knicks. Okay. I'm gonna clap it up for them. Obviously, we know the whole thing about this is the first player, young player that we've had that we've re-signed since the days of Charlie Ward. So that's great. But I'm even more excited and happy for a guy like Mitch. Look, I haven't always been on the Mitch wave. Not now, like the past 2 years. Yeah, I think Mitch has been great. And I've been happy that he's been a Knick. I'm just saying, like, well, a year and a half, let's say, because that 2 years ago, remember, things were a little wild with Mitch. It was his camp. There was stuff coming out of his camp from different people about how he wasn't happy about certain things. He was firing all of his agents and stuff. You know, it was wild. Like, he went through like 4 different agents. Now he's on his 5th, I think. But he's happy with this person. So at that time, I was a little iffy on Mitch. And the only thing that I ever said about Mitch that I was concerned about was his health. I was like, can this guy stay healthy? But you know what? Mitch showed. I mean, some people want to say whatever. If you want to say it's a contract year, he was trying to get the bag, so he played hurt, like little injuries that would have kept him out before he played through. Whatever. I don't care. That's good. That's good practice for how you have to be as an NBA player. The fact that you might have done that and went through it, and you did show that to the Knicks. Good. All right, you did it, so that you could show that you're a consistent player and can be out there. You wanted the bag, fine. Keep doing it and keep going and keep showing that this is who you are now. You're not that guy that teams don't know if they can rely on. Well, in this case, the Knicks, because now he's no longer a free agent. Once again, solid job by the Knicks. So that would be the only thing that I could say on Mitch. That's the only knock, because everything else you want to say about Mitch's limitations, you can't blame Mitch for everything, because Mitch also isn't given, the ability to do a lot. He is pigeonholed. They don't give him a lot of touches. They don't allow him, freedom and liberty to go out there and experiment offensively on the court. They want to keep him in a certain little box. Now, in fairness to the organization, part of that is Mitch's fault, because he's not a good free throw shooter. So a lot of times with a big man going down low, there's a lot of contact. So the chances of you getting fouled are high. So you're going to go to the line. And so the more and more they use Mitch, and if he's not working on his game and not good at those situations, that's more missed free throws, more opportunities missed to be able to score points. And then, those are that's the, what do you call that? The game within the game. That's the type of stuff that you may not think is a big deal. Later on down the line, you find out, well, Mitch went to the free throw line 10 times. And in those 10 times, he only hit this amount of free throws. So that's all points that you miss out on, that if you lose the game and you lose by like 4 or 5 points, you go back to Mitch personally and you can say, damn, you're the reason we lost this game. If you want to look at it like that, you know what I mean? But that's true. That's how teams, offensives look at things when they have a player who's a liability at the free throw line, who is a person who's getting to the line a lot. Yeah. So, but I don't think that that is something that's going to continue for too long, because I have a feeling that they're going to allow Mitch to do a little bit more out there, not too much, a little bit more. And I think Mitch is going to continue to start working on his game now that he's got his bread. He's got his 4-year, $60 million contract. We're talking $15 million, even after taxes, which is going to be a lot of taxes, folks. That's still a very nice come up for a young man who is from humble beginnings, and his family really does depend on him. Hopefully he handles his business personally and family wise the right way, so they don't put him in a position where he's struggling or doing too much. But I'm really happy for Mitch. So good job on that. And you know what? At worst, guys, we got back the second best rebounder in the NBA and a very solid defensive presence. And maybe now, he'll even become a better defensive presence, because last year, remember, he came into the league heavy with a bunch of weight on him. He was sluggish. He was coming back from injury. Then he was dealing with all that weight. It took him a while to get going. So remember, when you think about it, Mitch finished the season pretty good as far as his numbers defensively and offensive rating numbers, the rebounding numbers, right? But what if he would have been able to have that body weight and be healthy from day one? Maybe he would have reached some of the defensive goals that he was looking for, because he wanted to be first team all defensive. I actually wanted to win defensive player of the year. That's a good goal. It's a tough one. It's a good goal. But maybe this year coming up, he'll be able to at least get first team all defensive. I don't know if, I mean, correct me if I'm wrong. I don't think he got that, guys. And if you guys know in the chat, because I don't remember seeing the list, but from what I do remember, I don't think he was on that list. But if you guys know something, then definitely let me know, because if he did it, kudos to Mitch, but I don't think he did. Let me do this once again, because I don't think I did recently. Salute to Agent Super Argo. Appreciate you. Salute to D'Angelo. What's good? Salute, brother. Thank you guys, as always, for tuning in. I don't know. Did I say? I don't know if I shouted you out, but if I didn't, Bodega Wi-Fi in the building. Salute. Thank you. As always, man. Appreciate you guys. Yeah, I think I got everybody. Oh, my guy. Yankees Morning Brew. Guys. My guy, Project Nerd, a.k.a. Heck. Listen, Heck, and I want to apologize to you, man, because ever since I went to the MBK event in Atlantic City and I came back and been at work, I've been a little slacking, brother. At 11 a.m., I ain't gonna lie to you, I forgot this past week to tune into your show, and I was like, yo, and I swear to you, I just thought about this yesterday. I was like, damn, I wonder how Yankees Morning Brew is doing, because I haven't seen it, and then I realized, yo, I've been tripping. So definitely thank you for doing what you do, brother. And everybody, guys, if you haven't checked out Yankees Morning Brew, please do, because my guy Heck is giving you guys. Oh man, I guess somebody's trying to get in my building here. Jeez, I'm sorry, guys. Hold on. This is live stuff right here, folks. All right. Okay, we are back. Sorry about that, guys. Yeah, looks like I have a delivery. Anyway, so just want to see that I missed anybody. I did say Agent Super Argo. Yes. Good to see you, brother. All right, so where was I? I was talking about Yankees Morning Brew, my guy Heck. Yeah, so definitely check that out, guys. It's at 11 a.m. Monday through Friday. Gives you some great information about the Yanks, as well as he will talk about baseball in general for whatever needs to be said. And I still owe you a visit, brother. I still owe you a visit so we can chop it up and do this Met Yankee thing. And it's a long time coming because we're still both in first place. So I don't know why I haven't done it yet. So, whew. All right. Yeah, D Coolest. Well, this bell is loud too, bro, especially when people keep pressing it, man. I get this freaking thing. They press it all day. It's not even for us. They like to press our bell too. It is what it is. Anyway, all right, let's go Met. That's right, JJ. You know it. Listen, let me tell y'all something. Sorry, this is like a PSA. Okay? My Mets are still in first place. After all the adversity, after all the starting pitching issues we've got, you know what I mean? No Max Scherzer, no Jacob deGrom. Now we just lost Bassett. What the hell is going on? But we're getting Scherzer back soon, maybe this weekend. And we're getting the ground back hopefully in the next couple weeks, right after the All-Star break. Things are looking up, guys. All right. What? Damn, like that's Ron, you already got it? Man, you Oh, you saying me? No, I see what you're saying. No, sorry, no, not as of yet, man, not as of yet. But you know what? I may think about that. Nah, I think I may get another RJ jersey this year. I love RJ, man. That's my guy. All right, so okay, so basically, I'm happy that they did what they had to do, and took care of Mitch. I mean, the guy was making a little over $1 million, right? Almost 2 million, not even. And now he's getting 15, give or take with the taxes. So we're talking maybe, I don't know. Taxes are crazy in New York, man. We're talking, and then especially because of your tax bracket, you're talking anywhere from high 30% to 40%, anywhere in that mix. That's a lot of money off your yearly. So he's probably coming home with around 10 or 11. I don't know, something like that. That's still a good amount of bread, though. I'll take it. All right. Magnum Boom. I think I might. You know what? He might become one on low key. He might become one of my favorite players on this team. We'll see. We'll see what happens. But right now, guys, it's still RJ Deuce, which is kind of weird that I have Deuce as my second favorite player when he hasn't done anything. But we likes who he likes. And then maybe there's room for Hartenstein. We'll see. Salute to Ashley Inc. in the building. What's going on? Appreciate y'all. Yeah, D Coolest. Listen, I still like you. even though you're a Yankee fan. It's cool. Oh, yeah. Well, that's not a lie, bro. Astros are taking care of both of us. They make it rough. Jean-Marc is in the building. Marvin, what's good? Appreciate you. All right. Okay, so now let's get into the Jalen Brunson thing real quick. I think we've all talked about Jalen Brunson everywhere. So, but once again, good job by the Knicks from acquiring Jalen Brunson. And I want to say this again because I still think people are shortchanging and not giving Jalen Brunson a lot of respect. I think people are just worried that the Knicks messed up. But once again, we see now that I wonder how you guys feel about it now that you've seen what has been happening around the league and the NBA and these free agent signings and then some of these re-signings. You see the bags, the money that's going around. Lou Dort got $85 million. Lou Dort is not an offensive threat whatsoever. I mean, yes, could he hit a couple threes here and there? Yeah, but as far as what you thought he might have been, over time, the more we saw Lou Dort play, we can see his offensive prowess is really not much. He's not a great offensive player. This guy getting $85 million based on the type of defender he is. And he's been, unfortunately, a little unhealthy this past year, but that's okay. I mean, it happens. So think about that, guys. You got 5 years, $85 million or $87 million. One of those. Honestly, I think Brunson's contract is not bad. And I think my man, D's World of Hoops, I want to call him D's Baller, but he changes his name so many times. D Poetic, D the Nick Analyst, D the I can't D. I can't. He did a really nice thing where he was breaking down how the money could look for Brunson and there's options and stuff there. And I agree with that. Like if it's an escalating scale, one thing, if it's a de-escalating scale, which sounds better, I think de-escalating scales is the way to go these days, because you know what? It gives you more of a real feel to how these players value is. You know what I mean? It makes more sense to when you sign a player that you think can help your team, that you like for a certain reason, to give them more money up front, because that's when you're getting them, and that's hopefully you're getting them in their prime when they can really help you, and the money starts to go down as they start to regress. That makes a lot of sense to me. I know why teams don't do it that way all the time, because they're trying to save as much money up front as possible to do more right away. But really, in the Knicks case, I think it would be smart to do something like that, or even as D said, to just give him a flat amount every year, so it's not going up and affecting them later when his skills may be diminishing, possibly. So yeah, let me see here. Salute to Margaret Edwards. Appreciate you. Thank you for tuning in. Kevin Wint is in the building. I appreciate you. Thank you. Kevin, I don't know if I've seen you tune in to us. If you have, I apologize. But if this is your first time, thank you for being here. Appreciate you. Let me get my man D in here real quick. D. What's going on, brother? Let's see. Get you set up. Oh, wait. I think you're on mute.
Yeah, now we're good. How about now?
Hey, there you go.
There we go. Yeah.
You're a man's voice that needs to be heard around the nation. We can't have you on mute.
Nah, definitely not. I'm still gonna use this mic setup, so I get burned out.
Brother. Sometimes. Nah, definitely. Appreciate you, brother. How are you doing?
I'm doing good, bro. I'm all good. You know, I was laughing because you know how you know things are stepping in the right direction. D'Angelo is positive. That's how you know. So D'Angelo, get your butt in here, bro.
Right. Speaking of D'Angelo, shout out to D'Angelo, man. Appreciate you for the generous super chat, my brother. Thank you a lot. Appreciate that. He says, keep up the great work on the channel. Front office looking a little better. We'll see. Yeah, man. I know, man. I'm hoping for the best, but I do like, if you've tuned in or seen D's show recently, he mentioned the fact that, you know what, maybe Leon Rose is starting to get it. He knows his mistakes from last year's roster, whatever you want to call it, and he's trying to atone for that and clean things up, because it was rough. It was rough.
Yeah, what he did last offseason and what he's done so far is night and day. And what really impressed me was the contract structures of the options that they have with Jalen. You know, to give him a flat out 26 or to pay him less as time goes as he gets older, I think that's a fantastic idea, and that was a real good, idea to structure the contract. So I'm very proud of him, bro, and I hope it continues.
Yeah, no, I mean, definitely, man. I agree with that. That's a good look. We because the whole thing is the reason for, and this goes back to just the whole idea about having an agent as your head of basketball operations or general manager, is they're supposed to be really good at understanding contracts and numbers and different things of that nature, because they're always fighting for their client. So to put them in a position to handle that part, they should be good at. The issue is the basketball stuff, knowing who are the guys to bring in, how it's going to affect the team, what works the best. And that's the thing that they got to play around with. And that's why they need to have help. And I guess Scott Perry, that's his position, to be able to kind of assist with that and let them know, listen, that's crazy. That ain't going to work. So hopefully they have a good idea of what's happening now going forward, because I already like what they've done so far. So I'm in agreement with that.
Yeah. What topic are you on right now? Because I don't want to.
Right now, I was just talking about the fact that they had give Mitch his bread finally, but I was just jumping into the Jalen Brunson signing. Even though it's not, I just want to preface this: we know it's done, but it's still not official, because we don't know exactly how the Knicks are trying to structure the deal, because they still be, we don't know. They still could be trying to do some type of sign and trade with Brunson to be able to maneuver some money around to have a little flexibility to do one more thing. So that's the reason why I feel like they haven't announced it officially yet. We know it's done. He's a New York Knick. We just don't know how yet.
Yeah, definitely. And okay, so that's what you got into. Yeah. Mitch was great. I think Mitch deserved that. Some people might think like it was a little too much, but considering how much of a defensive anchor he was and how special he was to the overall defense on how he guarded the perimeter, I think it was well worth it.
Right. And then when you look around the league, let me ask you guys this in the chat. For those who might, I don't know if there's anybody in the chat who feels like Mitch was overpaid or didn't deserve the contract extension that he got. How would you compare Mitch's game to Lou Dort's game? Do you think Lou Dort's better than Mitchell Robinson? That's my opinion about it, because remember, Lou Dort got 5 years, 87 million, and he's primarily a defensive player. His offense, I don't care what people thought early, because when he first came into the league, he was doing some things on offense. He had some hot moments, but as time went by, we start to see he's a defensive player.
Yeah.
So what do you guys think? Do you think Mitch and Lou Dort compare? Do you think Lou Dort's better than him? Or do you like the fact that, Mitch is also a very good defender? And here's the let me do this again. And this is real quick, and then we can move on. I got to give Mitch credit, because one of the things I was harping on with Mitch is that I felt like he didn't get enough block shots. I felt like he is stat-wise, those juicy numbers that we like to see from a defensive player, I don't think he gave us enough. But then as I was looking at things, and I don't know who I saw, was somebody maybe at the Knicks game who was talking about how Mitch is a huge deterrent. So a lot of times he doesn't even have an opportunity to get certain block shots because people are staying away from going right at Mitch. And I thought that was huge. I was like, that's a really good point. It's like somebody in football, like who's a good person, and I'm not a Jet fan, Darrelle Revis. When Darrelle Revis was out there on the field, people didn't even want to throw to Darrelle Revis's side. That's how good of a defender he was. And I'm not saying Mitch is that level, but the point is there's a lot of times where he doesn't get tested because he's there, because they know that he's active. And I think you got to give him credit for that. So kudos to Mitch for that.
That's a good point. And also, too, just to understand the Lou Dort thing, I wouldn't compare it that way. I would have you introduce to the idea that maybe it's different mentalities going on within the organization. So it was something like with the Knicks last year, where I felt like they signed certain guys too high because they had to fulfill the salary cap for the year. And the Thunder fall under that same type of category this year too as well, because they have so many rookie contracts. So they have so many cheap contracts that you got to sign the Shea Gilgeous-Alexanders of the world to the 30. You got to overpay Lou Dort a little bit, especially he was homegrown in the system. So I'm pretty sure they're very comfortable with that, with keeping him. So I think that's why some of those guys might be a little overpaid. So they have to do that in order to reach minimum cap salary requirements.
That's a very good point too. And I'm shout out to you, and shout out to also Josh, Uncle Fulio. You guys both, I remember you both making a big deal about that when the Knicks were signing these deals, and how they were, at some point you have to allocate that money. You have to use it. And that's a good point. Good point. Yeah. Salute to my guy Danny Landis in the building. Danny, what's going on, brother?
Hey, yo, it's been a long time, D. How you doing, buddy?
Yeah, I'm good, bro. All good, man. Just doing my thing. What's up with you?
Not much. I haven't seen you with the morning guys anymore. You used to be on every day almost.
Yeah. I went a different direction. No problem.
We miss your knowledge.
Man. I mean, you can catch me on my show. I'm on tomorrow, Sunday at 12.
Oh yeah. All right.
Yeah.
Nice.
Sure.
It's called D's World of Hoops. So definitely check that out, Danny, as well as everybody else in the chat. D's World of Hoops. Check it out. Great content. He's doing his thing. Salute to him.
Thank
and
you.
You know what? Let me see if I can. Let me try to find my post. Maybe I can pin it. But anyway, as I do that,
Ron, how you doing, buddy?
I'm all good, man. I'm all good. What do you think about these moves that have transpired?
I don't know. Just about to ask you, because you're the one that knows. I feel like we didn't really do that much, to be honest. Mm-hmm. What do you think?
I think steps have been taken in the right direction, where you took care of the point guard issue, right? It was a good contract, and I think what helps the argument is that the salary cap went up 16 to 17 million. So that really helps, and now that contract doesn't look too inflated now, considering what he does, and considering just the law of the economy of the NBA now. So that's good. I thought they structured the contract well, or they're going to structure the contract well. I thought the Hartenstein pickup was very good. 2 years for just A+, considering what he could do. He's a pass threat out of the high post, out of the mid post. He catches your backdoor guys. On the road, he's a good dunk guy. He catches the corner as well. And he plays defense. So that was definitely a good pickup. So far, so good.
What do you think, Ron? You happy?
Yeah, I'm very happy. I think that so far they've done a great job, and I hope they're able to at least do one more substantial move. If they can't, I understand. I would not necessarily be ecstatic. If they could do one more move,
I know what the
man, I'll
move
be
is.
really
You know what the
excited.
move is, Ron? You know
Well,
what the
we're
move
going to
is,
talk
right?
about some different things. They have some options that they can definitely consider. That
Number 7.
I hear you. I hear you bringing that up a lot. And you know what? He might be out there, but I really don't think that. I don't think they're going to have enough money. I think there's one more move that might be a little bit more substantial than him. And I think after they do that move, if they do it, they won't have the money to bring in Carmelo. Because honestly, right now, if you look at their salary, I think they only have a little over $1 million, between $1 million and $2 million to play with. But that's because we don't know how the whole Brunson deal is shaking out. Once we figure out what they're doing with Brunson, if it's a sign and trade or whatever it is, then we'll know how much money they have. And then we're also going to see what they're going to do with Cam or with Fournier, because, you know, we still don't know if they're going to retain them, if they're going to keep them or not. And then, you know, we know Julius Randle's name has been mentioned out there. They were still testing the waters to see if there was anybody interested in him. So we just got to see what they do and how it shakes out. But I mean, right now we couldn't even sign Carmelo if we wanted to. There's not enough. I mean, that's not even enough for the veterans minimum.
Yeah, and that's why they're waiving Taj, and they're going to restructure his stuff and probably give him like a mil, like a vet minimum or something like that, because then they can have a couple of more mil in the cap.
Right, because I think Taj is making a little over $5 million.
Yeah,
right now, something like that. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
It's a good point. So,
can I ask you about that trade? You don't think we could have did anything better than what the Hawks gave for Murray, Gallinari, and some picks? Did we like flunk out on that or what?
Well, I'll let D answer that. What do you think about that, D?
Yeah, well, the thing, Danny, is that there could be a possibility that teams don't really we're not on the priority list to work business with certain teams and stuff like that. So, yeah, of course, we could have offered more and stuff for DeJounte, but I think it came to a matter of that because the Hawks they gave up 2 unprotected, 1 protected, and the Gallinari expiring contract. That's all they gave up for that, for 29 and 9. So, you know, I think it's a matter of that, you know, of teams working business with us as opposed to us not being able to give that package or better. You know what I'm saying? So I think it went down like that.
Yeah, I agree. And I know a lot of people I see, man, that's the thing, man. Fans, we go back and forth, man. We want to know what happened. Why did this happen? Why is this not in our favor? We need answers. I see people referring to and I just put the link back into the chat for D's World of Hoops. So, guys, if you haven't already, click on that, check it out, subscribe.
Yes,
he's doing great content. So definitely, you know, appreciate that.
Shout out to Bodega, too. He's been doing a good job of shouting that out, too. I appreciate that, bro.
Facts. Now I can do it. Now I have pinned the message. Okay, there you go, guys. Now you can
thanks, Ron.
Definitely click on that. Okay, so all right. So what I was saying is I noticed that people are kind of pointing towards what DeJounte Murray said. But what is he supposed to say, guys? DeJounte Murray said that he's happy to be in Atlanta. He wanted to go to Atlanta. And if he didn't go to Atlanta, he feels he would still be a San Antonio Spur. That doesn't say anything. That doesn't mean that I didn't want to go to the Knicks. That doesn't mean I didn't want to go somewhere. That's what you say. I'm an Atlanta Hawk. I wanted to be an Atlanta Hawk. That's what I expect of my player. So he didn't say anything basically saying that he preferred Atlanta over anywhere else. He just said, I like Atlanta. I wanted to be in Atlanta. That's what you're going to say. If he would have came to the Knicks, he would have said, I like New York. I want to be in New York. That's what do you call that? Business speak.
Right. That's right.
Yeah. So,
right?
But if you want to say that the Knicks dropped the ball on it, I don't know. There's a lot of theories out there. I don't know what's true. I think the Knicks tried, but keep in mind, guys, and this is where the tampering comes in. The Jalen Brunson thing was talked about and agreed to a long time ago. So,
Yeah.
you know, it's hard to say, well, now let's pivot. Well, we already know we were going after Jalen. Jalen wants to be here. Wait, they're not the tampering people. They're not checking this stream, are they?
I hope not.
Yeah, so we already knew that was in the mix. And if you know the relationships and the stuff that the Knicks are, I mean, it's too much. The son of the Godfather, it's too much, man.
Yeah. And plus, too, look, listen, even if they did, right, you got to cover your tracks.
Yeah.
So let's hope that, you know, they cleaned up all the evidence at the crime scene.
Let me tell you
make
something.
sure nothing leaks back to them.
Let me explain something to you right now. I think everybody knows this. If the Knicks don't get hit with a tampering charge, you know this NBA is messed up. They have no control over anything.
I mean, the NBA's been jacked with those types.
Yeah, that's a fact. That's a fact. Maybe, guys, maybe this is where Adam Silver, because I keep saying, could we get a couple extra lottery balls in that mix? And he doesn't do it. Maybe this is where Adam Silver comes to play, and finally his Knick fandom shows up. Yeah, Knicks are good. There's not enough evidence.
Right. Yeah, and in exchange we get crappy.
right.
Yeah, it's interesting.
Come on, Adam Silver. Anyway, yeah, guys. So I think they did a really good job so far, and hopefully they wind up doing something going further that we'll be happy about, and we can say, man, the Knicks had a really good offseason. What would that be like, guys, for the Knicks to get a high offseason grade? Woo, that'd be fantastic.
What grade do you give them?
Right now? I want to leave room for growth. So I'd say a B.
That's where I'm at. That's where I'm at.
What about you, D?
B- because they're trending towards the right direction.
Mm-hmm.
Because the whole next quest for them now is that they're going to have to build a proper not a foundation, but they're going to have to make some tweaks to the roster when it comes to Jalen, because defensively will be a big concern on the perimeter, as it was a concern last year. So you can't put Brunson and Evan on the court at the same time. No way.
Liability.
Right.
Yeah,
so most likely that would be Grimes, right? If it's right now, right? And then RJ is going to have to tighten up too, because his perimeter defense was last year. He got beaten on so many back doors, I lost count. So
It's true. So I want to talk about the possible free agents that are still out there that the Knicks can consider, and maybe even some trade pieces that they might want to look at if they're still trying to make acquisitions for more talent. But before I do that, I think it's fair, because we talked about this guy for most of the year. What do you guys think about if you have a feeling about the Brogdon trade to Boston? What do you think, Danny?
I'm a little confused about that. Don't they have Smart? Isn't he the point guard?
Do, but if you want to look at Smart, he's not really a traditional.
He's not a full-time point guard.
Yeah.
So he's like in the middle, two guard and point guards. Confused guard.
I don't even know. He's funky when it comes to that. He's just a really good player that they have on the court, and they need to have him on the court.
Yeah.
Yeah. So.
Yeah.
Do you guys have any feeling
a real point guard?
Brogdon?
I'm sorry.
I think Brogdon is okay. I like Brogdon. I thought maybe we were going to get him, or
Brogdon is a very good player when he's available, and the problem is that his availability is he hasn't gone past 60 games in the last 3 or 4 years. Where Brunson, for example, he's extremely durable. That's one of the big pluses with him. So that's a big deal.
D, my friend called me. It was like we should have made a move for Sexton from the Cavs.
Well, you know what?
Well,
we may talk about that
right.
a little bit.
Yeah. So hold that one, Danny.
Yeah. So how do you feel about that trade, D? What do you think about that?
About Brogdon? I think the Celtics are crafty, and Brad Stevens has shown that sometimes overseeing and being a bird's eye view is sometimes better than being on the front line, and he's done an exquisite job as the president of basketball operations so far. So, and plus picking up Gallo too, another stretch guy that could play the four for them, and so I really like what they did so far. And then picking up this guy, what's his name, from he played with Alabama last year, the point guard. that he's like Davison, JD Davison, I think his name.
Oh, yeah.
And he's got a 6'8" wingspan, and he's only 18 years old with uber athleticism that can kind of read the floor. So seeing how Boston has homegrown their talent, it's a very good place to be. So I feel that they got better. If Brogdon can just stay healthy half the year, I think it's a big plus for them, and especially on playoff time. So I thought it was a good move. That was smart.
Right. Salute to the chat once again. Salute to my guy King Ribby. Salute to Hinton Murphy in the building. What's good, brother? Salute to Fabian Williams. Bricks Nation is in the building. Salute to you guys. Appreciate you guys for joining up and supporting as always. I think that good teams that know what they're doing can get better, and Boston that's a great move to get Brogdon. It's a low risk move because listen, I mean they made it to the finals without Brogdon, right? Now you add Brogdon, if you get anything healthy out of him, that could be huge. And even if this is where it's interesting, even if he's not healthy for most of the season, but they get him for the playoffs, it could make all the difference. And also the pickup of Gallo, good job by them. I think they've positioned themselves to be an interesting team going forward, and I expect them to make another pretty good playoff run this coming year too. Also, what they gave up for Brogdon, I mean, that's another thing. Like they didn't give up a bunch that matters to their overall roster because some of the guys they gave up, I mean, they're not even really using. So.
Naismith was just there on the pine, just watching the game. Tice played scattered minutes, so yeah, absolutely.
Like I mean, damn, like wow, okay, good job. Yeah, well, they're fortunate. All right, so now I got to talk about the elephant in the NBA. It's not in the room because it's so big that it's in the freaking whole NBA. The Rudy Gobert trade.
Oh man,
that was a shocker.
Jeez.
Well, that's an understatement.
Jeez. I mean, okay. Unfortunately, I don't have it. I didn't pull it up in this way because I don't want to spend too much time on it. First off, the Knicks didn't get Rudy Gobert. We didn't trade Rudy Gobert away, so I don't really care too much. But I just think it's interesting, right? So the Timberwolves get Rudy Gobert, and the Jazz get Malik Beasley, Patrick Beverly, Walker Kessler, Jared Vanderbilt, Leandro Balmora, 2023 first unprotected,
unreal,
2025 first unprotected,
unreal,
2027 first unprotected, and a 2029 top 5 first protected.
So that's a good return. That's a decent
holy return.
You see, like protected picks are sometimes better to move because at least the other team still has control of that destiny. Whereas opposed when it's unprotected, the team owns it. So Utah might have bought themselves. So shout out to Danny Ainge, another crafty one, okay, that put themselves in positions to be in the lottery in the next couple of years.
I mean, what? That is a freak. How does Danny Ainge do this? I think Danny Ainge got like voodoo dolls of different people.
Smart,
he's like,
man.
Hey.
Or he's blackmailing people with like transvestite.
Yo, he's got dirt.
He's a smart dude, bro.
It's crazy, bro. Let me get my guy in here. Subliminal.
What's good, fellas?
Yo,
yeah, chilling, brother. Good to see you.
What to do? What's the topic for today? What y'all talking about?
Well, we were talking just a little bit about what the Knicks did already as far as the signings and and the pickups and the extensions. But right now we just mentioned the Brogdon trade, and we were just talking about the Rudy Gobert trade. I mean, that haul is ridiculous, bro.
Ridiculous.
Man, what you think the asking price is for KD then?
Oh, the world.
I mean, come on. If this is why it's so horrible, and I didn't even think about that. If you gave up all of this for Rudy Gobert, KD's people are like, oh my God, hold on, wait. You want M&Ms? What do you want? What? Like they're throwing all types of stuff in that mix, man. What can we get this, for this guy? I mean, it's the Nets, but The only issue is the Nets are in a situation where how aggressive is KD's thinking when it comes to the team? Is KD like, well, I want to be traded, get me up out of here. If you don't get me up out of it, will KD not play? Because that's what I'm curious about. Because when you make these trade designations, you better be ready to go all the way with it. Some guys, no problem. I'll sit.
You know, these big name stars though, like Harden and all that, they get to go where they want. So KD's way above him. He's the greatest player, you know what I'm saying?
Right.
In the NBA. So yeah, I believe everybody will move mountains to get him, you know what I'm saying, no matter where he wants to go. So yeah, it's gonna be on his terms.
I agree. I agree. And I know the Lakers are desperate to figure out a way to make it happen, but I don't know. Maybe that's the reason why the Lakers have been signing all these young players, like trying to get more pieces that they can throw back at the Nets for KD. I don't know. We'll see. And I saw something earlier today that said Charlotte might be in play for Kyrie. I don't know.
I heard either the Suns or Miami.
Really?
Wow.
You know, Miami can make moves easily. Like they could be over the cap and still bring in somebody, you know, like Oladipo or somebody like that for another 30 million or whatever.
And another thing with the Nets too to consider is that they have to get back something to stay competitive, because Houston has all those protected picks of theirs. So they have to stay competitive, or else they're giving Houston a whole bunch of lottery picks for the next 3, 4, 5 years. So
right. Good point. So yeah, and that looks crazy. Those picks that Houston got lined up from the Nets, whew, that's another thing. That's rough.
Yeah, it might have to be like a 3-team trade, you know what I'm saying, to get assets from everybody, because he's going to empty the cupboards on just one team.
Hey, listen, I was saying 3-team trade I think is a given. It might even have to be a 4-team trade, especially if they're trying to. I don't think they're going to look. I don't care what these guys want. I'm not trading Durant and Kyrie to the same place. You guys are going separate. You want to be out of here? I'm gonna get you out of here and get the best haul for my organization. I'm not giving you guys what you want. Like, what the hell is that? Yeah. When has a business ever really, when it comes to sports, ever tried to accommodate players that haven't shown anything from your organization, in that type of way? Like, it's one thing if you're a great player and you've done enough, you've given us a championship, the city loves you. Listen, you want to go home and play for your hometown team? We'll make it happen. We'll do what we got to. But these guys haven't done anything for the Nets yet. Why would you do? You cannot bending over backwards for them.
Well, it's just KD, right? Kyrie hasn't asked for a trade request.
Well, I think that's the thing. Kyrie,
they're both going.
Yeah, and Kyrie hasn't, I guess, made it official. Behind closed doors, he probably asked. He just signed so he can make sure he's getting his money. But he wants out.
And don't forget, I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
I was just going to say real quick that also KD was reported by Bobby Marks saying that he went to the front office. It's like, what do you think? I'm just going to stay here with Simmons? So that gives an indication that Kyrie's out.
With Simmons.
Right. Yeah, but if he's the one that's making all the noise, you know what I'm saying, I'd get rid of him first, you know what I'm saying, get what you can out of that deal. Then once Kyrie's like, oh, he's already out, then, that'll be a whole another headache with the tabloids and the media and everybody trying to, make that a bigger issue then at that time. But like you mentioned, don't get rid of them, both of them at the same time, the same place, separate deals, but get rid of KD first. That's all I was going to say. I don't know, man. Personally, if I was the Nets, I would try to get rid of Kyrie first. Oh, okay.
And see what I get back.
Yeah.
Right. And then if I get back something interesting, I would see if I could talk to KD. Because listen, Brooklyn knows they're going to be it's a problem to get rid of both these guys. I would try to see if I could finagle what I get back from Kyrie to go acquire someone else to bring that person in to keep KD happy. Look, I know you don't want to stay here with Simmons. This is what we just got back from getting rid of Kyrie. What if we flip this and go get this guy? What if we go get Donovan Mitchell? What if we go get somebody like this and bring him in? Would you want to stay here? I'm not saying KD would do it, but I would try.
Right, of course.
I don't think KD will, though, because I saw an interview when it was him in Golden State. It was him, Clay, Steph, and they were talking about, running it back the next year. And just the look on his face, knowing that at that point he had already made his mind that he was leaving.
Right.
So once he digs his heels in, he's already made up his mind that he's gone. Like whatever you could say, you could throw the bag at him, you could throw this player at him, and say everything. He's not gonna stay.
And it's something to watch out for. They might actually have to move Simmons first before they move anybody, because they can't acquire certain people, because that is something with the contracts, like it happened with Bam Adebayo, that there's a certain stipulation within the contract that are the same with Simmons, so it doesn't allow the trade to come through. And that's happened to a couple of players, so they might actually have to move Simmons first.
Whoa.
Interesting.
That's super complicated.
Both of them, bro. Kyrie and Simmons. Maybe he doesn't want to play with both of those guys.
Maybe.
He's like probably get these two clowns out of here. Probably that's what he's thinking. Probably. Maybe it might change his mind.
I wouldn't be surprised. The other thing I was going to say is, as much as I would try to do that for my organization, I think another thing that I was in, I just happened to be in a Twitter Spaces the other day, listening to the Nets people talk, Nets fans, and he might not be happy with the organization on the whole. He might think they're incompetent and don't know exactly how to run, Bobby Marks and whoever else they have in charge, Steve Nash as the coach. I don't think he may be happy with the overall situation that they have there. So I don't think they could do anything. You might be right. He might just want to be out regardless.
But you know what's crazy about that, if that's true, is that we know damn well when Durant and Kyrie came into that organization, damn well they had a vote in the board table, bro. So it's like, you did this to yourself.
This is what I try to tell you guys, and this is the reason why I don't like Kyrie and I don't like Durant, because I don't like, basketball-wise, they're great players. As people, their mentality, the way they do things, I don't like it. And this is why it's funny to me, because I feel like they had a hand in everything that the Nets did. Like this is what happens when you give these players power. And I'm not officially saying it, but they were consulted. I mean, Steve Nash was their coach. A guy who never coached before is coaching star players like Kyrie and Kevin. Come on, man.
I was gonna say that, Ron, but you beat me to it though. I was like, that was the first thing they did was get rid of their coach.
You know what I'm saying? Come on, man.
We're gonna run our system.
Yeah.
It's crazy. But whatever. Good for them. I wish them the best. Or the worst. Either way. Salute to look good doing it. And listen, if you're going to do it, look good doing it. I'm just saying. Anyway, salute to Glamour Knicks. Appreciate you. Always good to see you. Okay. So,
Ron, why can't they sit him down? Take KD in a room. Whoever it is, sit them down and say, look, we want you here. You're the main guy. We want you the most here. What can we do to keep you here? Is there anything we can do? Change the coach, get rid of Kyrie, get rid of Simmons, give us your input.
If I'm the Nets, this is a great thing that's happened, because now I get the chance to get draft capital back and build it all over again, as opposed to having to stick with 34, 33, 32-year-old aging superstars that are sloping down as the years go.
By the way, Danny, I wasn't laughing at you. I'm laughing at the fact that my freaking buzzer's going off the hook. I heard that. It's crazy right now. Yeah.
It would have been better if it would have happened, 2 weeks ago or a week ago before the draft, and they could have just went all in on players that were available. But whatever, it's good. It's good for us though. I mean, we could just sit back and watch that fire burn and just laugh at that house on fire.
Yeah, and the other thing I want to tell you. Yeah, the other thing I was going to say to what you just said, Danny, what you asked is, the Nets ain't it. Remember, the Knicks are not a fun place to play. Nothing going. The Nets ain't it. Okay, and Durant realizes the Nets ain't it. They weren't able to do much last season. People were hurt, but what he was able to see is, with the roster construction, the players that they had, it's not enough to win. Even if everybody was healthy, there's no guarantee that they were going to be able to go far in the playoffs, right? And Durant, at this point, he's already getting his money. He wants to win. He wants to go down to the list of the greats. He wants to be like, he's watching Steph Curry with a whole bunch of titles. He's like, I'm just as good as Steph Curry, if not better. I want that same level of titles. The Nets ain't getting – I'm going to waste years here with the Nets. So that's why I don't think there's anything that could tell him to get him to stay. He's like, I want to – and watch. Look at who's on his list. Look where he wants to go. He wants to go to Phoenix. This dude is if he was a fan, I'd say he was a bandwagon jumper, but I get it. Okay, he's KD, whatever. But I it is what it is, man.
Yeah. So what you guys think about us? Do you think you got a good enough roster to make the play-in next year?
Well, I think our roster is still. I think right now we probably have a good enough roster to fight for the play-in.
Right.
But let me tell you something. The amount of teams that are ahead of us in the NBA in the Eastern Conference is staggering, dude. I don't know how, even if we make another pick, that other pick might help us to be in a better position to fight for the play-in, maybe get a lower seed like 7. I mean, like a higher, like 7.
Yeah.
Dude, we're going to be fighting for our lives in this East. The East is ridiculously strong. I mean, it's not, the East is becoming the new West.
Right.
The East is tough.
Yeah.
So I don't know. I don't know if we've done enough. I don't know.
But
how you feel about that, D.
I mean, we're talking about. Oh, go ahead.
No, go ahead, Subliminal. Go.
Oh, you got Subliminal.
I thought you were saying Danny. No, I'll just say, well, we're already talking about the Nets, so we could just eliminate them out of the equation. You know what I'm saying? As far
That
as
is true. That is
a
true.
playing spot.
Well, I wouldn't do that because they got to stay competitive. So they might put some scattered pieces together and maybe end up with 35, 40 wins or something.
That's a good point, because D's point is, that all those picks that they gave to Houston, they do not want to give up that high level draft capital. So they got to stay competitive. So those picks, they don't reach their non-protected stat. Like the protections have to, you want them to stay in place, because then they're going to turn into some really favorable picks for Houston if the Nets are bad.
Yeah, but you still need chemistry, though, and then that's all messed up because Kyrie and KD were going so much ISO, nobody else was really getting involved on that team. So whoever you have left over and bring in new players, you still need to build that chemistry throughout the year. So they're going to drop a lot of L's, during the course of the year. And then we have the whole Hornets situation going on with Miles Bridges. If they don't, I don't know what's happening with them, but assuming he doesn't re-sign with them, like they just fell out the play-in too. I'm saying, so to me that opens up those 2 spots.
Let me just pull it up real quick.
Ron, some people in the chat, they wanted us to discuss about that Miles Bridges stuff and what we thought. I don't know if you want to get into that real quick.
Okay. I mean, listen, you guys, look, this is what I'll say. And you guys are welcome to all give your opinion on the Miles Bridges thing, but I will say that it's a little bit of a slippery slope. The guy is still innocent until proven guilty.
Exactly.
Although the evidence kind of looks damning. It doesn't look good. I don't know what's going on. But first off, let me say this. Okay. I think that Miles Bridges, to me, what I've seen from him is that he has been making some poor choices. Okay. I think how he who's to say how you should carry yourself in your personal life. But I think some of the stuff that he's put out there, that he's shown, I think is a real bad look. I think he is a part of this young new society. They like to have fun. They like to do things. They like to be in the now, in the mix. He does a lot of hip hop, music making in his time off. Like he likes to rap, and he's not bad. I mean, I don't love the stuff he's doing, but my point is he's in circles where he's in the mix. Like he's around people that are on the scene, and he's living his life in a certain way. He shouldn't be filmed taking pictures, drinking lean or smoking. I don't think that's the best thing to show as an NBA player, even if marijuana is legal wherever he's at. It doesn't matter to me. The point is you're doing stuff, and then lean is not legal. Let me tell you that. So I don't think you should be getting yourself filmed or taking, being snapshot of doing stuff like that. And then outside of that, regardless of what he may or may not have done with his baby mother, he did something. Okay, he did something, and I think he knows that he messed up. But I don't really know what to say about it, because we know about certain things, but then there's stuff that we don't know. There could be more. It could be even worse stuff. Like, I don't know. It's a slippery thing to touch. Let's just say Miles Bridges, if everything is true, I think he should definitely be suspended from the NBA, definitely for a year at least. And who knows, his career could be in jeopardy. I mean, these things, they don't play around with stuff like this. So I don't know. What do you think, D? What's your feeling on it? Because it's tough.
You know, I've had homies through the years caught up in that type of stuff where, you know, homegirls know police officers and police departments, and they'll go ahead and put out false claims, and they'll mess around with the evidence and make dude look bad, and you know he'll serve 30 days or something of that nature. So I don't believe it until I see the court paper documentation personally. And right now, it's just rumors swirling. I really hope he didn't do anything of that nature to jeopardize his career, because this was his payday. He worked so hard for this payday, and last year he didn't accept the extension that Charlotte was given because he felt he could work himself into a larger deal. So for him to do all that work and for him to do something retarded like
he's a free agent, right?
Yeah, I really hope he didn't do it, but we'll find out. But if he did, yeah, it's definitely going to hurt him, and it's definitely going to hurt his stock. And I don't think Charlotte will take it back, and teams might, you know, be scared to go ahead and pick him up.
Right. What do you think, Subliminal?
Well, she's on record saying that he put his hands on her. There's pictures of her at the hospital. But this situation kind of similar happened to, as you can see, Niners. One of my Niners guys, Reuben Foster. You know what I'm saying? And what happened was she backtracked after that and said no, he didn't do it in court after she had already stated that he had put his hands on her.
Really?
So you know, I mean, that could always be another situation too, that she backtracks and says like nah, he didn't do it. Then the case is dropped though. But this is not the NFL. This is not, you know, 33 players, offense, defense, special teams, that another team later on down the road will take a flyer on this guy. This is the NBA on a 15-man roster. So if it is true, I think his career is done. Yeah, like you said, it's a touchy subject to bring up though, and you know, nobody should put their hands on somebody. Just walk away. You got too much to lose. I would have been like, say what you want. I'm out. I'll get the last laugh because I'm getting the bag tomorrow, because it literally happened a day after the free agency, or before free agency hit. So I'll be like, all right, I'll get the last laugh, you know what I'm saying, when I'm counting all my money. You can have this spot, you know what I'm saying, I'm done. All this here, I'm gonna replace, including you. I'm out. You know, that's I would have just left it at that. Like, there's no reason just to. You got too much to lose, bro. You shot yourself in the foot on this one.
What do you think, Danny?
I hope, you know, it's not true, because, like I said, he's a free agent. He just messed up his career, and if it shows it's true, his basketball career is, you know, like Subliminal said, you got to think before you do things. You can't put your hands on people, man. Doing that does not do anything for you. Walk away. Just walk away. This guy, man, all the potential, and look what he just did to himself. He was just going to get his bag. Now he has a bag with nothing inside.
Yeah.
He's taking the bag to the jail cell.
It's true. It's true. Well, we'll see, because you know what? There's still a lot of time, and you know, stuff can be worked out, and we can find out. We don't know. Look, I as what D said, and once again, I want to say this and preface this the right way. If he did what they say he did, then throw the book at him. He's definitely getting suspended. And if his NBA career is over, so be it. I don't care. I have no qualms at him losing his opportunity because he messed up in the way that he messed up. It's uncalled for. It's disrespectful to do that to anybody, especially someone you're supposed to care about and is the mother of your children. Like, all right. I'm just saying, like, it doesn't matter no matter what the circumstances is, but if that's the case. But the flip side is, you know, as Dee pointed to, there has been situations where we've seen people get railroaded. This is interesting timing. It might have happened now anyway, but this is interesting timing. And then, you know what I mean? Like, he's got his little son involved. He's talking about, yeah, I saw this. And, like, it's all bad. It's all bad. Man, but it all could be. Look, I just want to say once again, I'm not saying this. I hope I don't find myself on TMZ later chopped up. Ron said, you know, no. Not saying that, but things can happen and be manipulated a certain way as well. But if he did what he did, then throw the book at him.
Of course, let him get what he deserves. That's it.
Yeah. So that's about all I want to say about this guy, because I've seen so many different things. I'm like, yeah, yo, that's messed up. And then I find out later that wasn't the case. Or I'm like, oh, this guy's the greatest. He never would have done this. Then I find out he's a freaking serial killer. Like, you know what I mean? Like, you find out the wildest things in time. Like, you know.
I see you watching them crime thrillers and stuff like that.
I think I watched too much Snap.
Oh my God.
So yeah. Anyway, but yeah. So we'll see, man. I hope everybody, gets some type of resolution to the situation.
So do you guys think we're done making moves?
No,
I was just going to ask that.
No. Well, great segue, right?
Yeah, it's a fantastic segue. Why don't we get into that right now? And also, salute and shout out to Kevin Taylor, Ala Wise, Eli M, Frank Waiters, David Parker, Hewlett Samuel, and let me see, Manny Ramos is here. And my guy Kareem Grant is in the building. What's going on? Salute to all you guys. Thank you for joining up, and appreciate you as always for tuning in. So why don't we take a look at the first name on the list? Let's see. Let's do it like this. So we have him up there. Yeah, there we go.
Three more hours. Sorry.
Colin Sexton. So my feeling personally on Colin Sexton is I think he's a really good basketball player. We know he's still recovering from injury. And keep in mind, guys, Colin Sexton may not be ready to play for quite some time. The season starts. I mean, he's starting. I think he's able to do basketball activities and all that stuff. But, that takes a time. You're ramping up. You're getting your strength back. So he may not be ready opening day. It might be something where it's another month or two possibly, because he is recovering from a serious injury. But that being said, what he brings to the basketball court is someone that can get a bucket. Colin Sexton he can go get it. He can score with anybody. It's never been an issue for him. Some might say that is an issue because he is kind of an ISO type player who, when it comes to him getting his shot, yes, he can do it, but it's not necessarily in the flow of the offense. So that's why I think the Cavs at this point are ready to move on from him. And then, Darius Garland has been great. But let's look at what Colin Sexton did. Let me see. And I'll share my screen for this. Colin Sexton. All right. Let's see. Hopefully you guys can see that.
Yeah, that's good. 16. Wow.
Well, that was
zoom in once, Ron.
Yeah,
you should be good.
Yeah. Hold on.
Which is, I got to do better at that too.
How's that? Looks a little better?
Yes. Clear on my end.
All right. So, yeah, he averaged 16 for the season, but keep in mind, it was a tough season. He only played 11 games. So he didn't have a chance to get going. But if you want to, it's more fair to kind of look at his overall numbers in the most recent season prior. And then if you want to look at the season prior to that, I mean, he in 2019 to 20, he averaged 20 points, 3 assists on 38% shooting from three, 47% shooting from the field, and 84% from the free throw line. And if you look at the 2020-21 season, he averaged 24 points per game, 4.5 assists per game, 81% from the free throw line, 37% from the three-point line, which is not bad. It's actually, he's a pretty decent three-point shooter, and 47% from the field. Of course, obviously, this past season in 11 games, 74% from the free throw line, 24% from three, 45% from the field, and he only played 11 games and averaged 16 points. He was clearly dealing with something. He was hurt, and it showed. So, let me see here.
Is he a starter or off the bench?
He was starting at that time. Yeah.
Let me get my guy Marvin in here. Okay. So he was a starter for them. And I think, it's a situation where I think that it depends on how you want to structure your roster. But we also got to look at what we have on the team. Now, in order to bring in a Sexton, we probably still have to move some pieces.
Yeah.
Most importantly, probably Fournier, right? But what do we know that Fournier does? Fournier is a really good three-point shooter. So if you get rid of Fournier, you're getting rid of another three-point option for your team. Now, we just looked at Sexton's numbers the prior season. He's not a horrible three-point shooter, so maybe it's not that big of a deal. I thought it would be more of a big deal, but now that I look at his numbers, he's not horrible. So if you have to stretch the floor and kick it, Sexton might be a guy who can knock it down.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So what do you guys think about? What do you guys think about bringing in a guy like Colin Sexton? Let me start with Marvin, since he just came in. Marvin, you with us?
What's good, Marvin?
Morning, guys. Morning. Shout out to the chat, to the panel. How you guys doing this morning?
We're good. Happy to have you here, man. We were just talking about Colin Sexton and how he might fit as an option for the New York Knicks.
Well, Sexton's a dog, man. A lot of people forgot about him because he got injured. Sexton's a real good player. I guess the question mark would be, would he fit next to Brunson? But hey, good players play well. So we're going to stop going to that, thinking that they might not fit here and then 6'1", 6 this and 6 that. There's been plenty guards in the league at 6 foot that played well. So I think he'd be a great fit. I think the defensive mentality of him fits Tibbs to the T. And I think it worked pretty good.
Okay. What do you think, Danny? What do you think about Colin Sexton? You like his game?
Marvin, just take the words out of my mouth. He's a dog. I love his game. Plays good. The only thing is, though, if they're going to try to move him, I think the Cavs are going to try to include Kevin Love in that move, because I hear they want to get rid of his salary. And the funny thing is, Kevin Love lives in the building downtown where my friend works, so he sees him every day. And he said Kevin Love's a nice guy. He's always offering the guys like food and stuff when he goes out. And he said, my friend told him, we can use you in New York. He says, that's beyond my control. He said, if it can happen, the higher-ups have to make that happen. I would love to be in New York. What do you think about that?
Well, let's pray to whatever God you pray to that doesn't happen, because that's $30
million
to your salary.
Kevin Love's contract is out of this world. He has a huge contract.
I don't think we could afford that whatsoever. If they're attaching Kevin Love to it, then this conversation is over. Thank you for coming. Drive safely, because we can't swing that.
Have a nice day.
Yeah, that's tough.
Yes,
we can't do that.
It's outrageous.
What do you think about Colin Sexton subliminal?
Well, I've always been a Colin Sexton fan. I actually wanted him last year in trade because we needed a point guard. His usage rate is too high to have him on the team now. You know what I mean? There's only one rock, but he's a dog. He was my plan B. If we didn't get Brunson, I still would have went out and got him. Even though he wouldn't have been ready, like you mentioned in the beginning of the season, because he got hurt playing against us, which was, I believe, somewhere in November, December.
Yeah, it was 11 games into the season.
Yeah, it was.
Yeah. So like you mentioned, so we would have been already hurting, not having a point guard and missing those games and losing those games. But I just thought it would have been hilarious to see him wave off Julius Randle. Just tell Julius Randle to get out of the way. Let me go ISO.
But you know what? I got a question, guys. Didn't Cleveland offer him an offer sheet? I thought I read that.
But I think that was a while ago, not recently. I think that was a while ago.
As far as I know, they haven't offered him anything.
Okay.
Yeah,
I mean, because it's kind of and it's also kind of strange to me that Cleveland went and picked up Robin Lopez. They already got 4 or 5 7-footers. They picked up Lopez.
That's just in case they have an injury like they did last year, and they can have a serviceable setter that can still be productive with the lineup. That's why they did that.
Yeah, you can never have enough bigs. You got to have at least 4 bigs because they're down there banging. I'm saying they're getting bumps and bruises, falling, throwing their body around. So yeah, you always got to have bodies. We usually bring in 4 centers with the Knicks, but I'm off the Colin Sexton train now. Though we got our guy, and as far as running the backup unit, I think he'd be a little too expensive. You'd have to move D Rose. I don't think he'd play good alongside of IQ with the or Brunson for that matter.
Okay.
Yeah, and he wouldn't be relegated to coming off the bench. So I don't think it's.
Oh no,
I don't think it's.
No, he would. You don't bring in Colin Sexton to have him off the bench. That doesn't really make sense, especially a guy like that. If you bring in Colin Sexton, you want him to get buckets for you. You want him to be a starter because he's a really good offensive player. There might be some other issues there. D, what do you think about Colin Sexton?
Well, my thing with Colin is that if he comes on this team, he wouldn't be a point guard. That's number one. Number two, with his defensive liability, I would never have him on the floor with Jalen Brunson at the same time. So my idea, if they were to acquire him, the way I would see it is that he would be a flamethrower for them. He would come off the bench. He'll be a sixth man. He'll average about 15 or 17 points a game off heavy volume. But then, the issue comes with, well, I would sign him real cheap too. Like I would give him like a 2-year contract type of thing, maybe like 30 mil, 25, something like that. But my thing is that I really want to see IQ this year. And I really want to see what IQ is this year. This is a very important year for him. And I think bringing a heavy volume guy like that off the bench, especially if D Rose does play most of the games, I just don't feel that would be satisfactory for him. So I stay off Colin. It was funny too that with Dallas, there was a report that came out that if Dallas wasn't able to acquire Jalen Brunson back, they will be looking towards Colin Sexton because he could put the ball in the basket. So that's something that still might happen there. And it was a thing vice versa with the Knicks that if Brunson had get back to Dallas, the Knicks were going to try to acquire Colin. So he might be going to Dallas most likely.
I got a question to D's on that. What is your reasoning on Brunson's defensive deficiencies? Because I think we might be blowing that out a little bit of proportion. Me being down in Dallas, I watched a lot of the Dallas games. He's not a real bad defender, guy. His size might come into play, but because he can move his feet, and I hear it quite often. A lot of people thinking about his defensive deficiencies. What do you guys think about that? I mean, where's your eyeball on exactly why you think he's not a defender, a pretty good defender?
So we're getting off Colin Sexton with Doug. Okay. Jalen, here's the thing. Jalen was surrounded by perimeter defenders. So it made it, as far as like team defensive schematically, like it made it look better than what it was. But if you put Jalen Brunson on an island, he does put forth effort, but I just don't think he has the tools to really like contain the ball like that and lock down defenders and make guys pick up the ball like per se. So I think it's very important with Jalen is that if you are going to build around him, you got to surround him around perimeter defenders in order to max that out because you need his production offensively just as importantly as you need him defensively, knowing that he does have some liabilities.
Okay, I understand.
Yeah, and I think a backcourt of Jalen and Colin would have been very tricky on the defensive end. And it's not because of effort. I think Jalen does give good effort on the defensive end. And I think Colin gives great effort on the defensive end. It's just they're undersized. It doesn't matter. Like when you have a handicap of some sort, it's not a handicap like, it is what it is. Like if I'm 6'7" and you're 6'1", if I can play ball, I'm going to get my shot off. It's just how it is. Like it's tough. You can do whatever you can, but it's really hard to consistently stop that. You might get a couple, but you ain't going to consistently stop me from being able to get over you. And we're talking about guys shooting jump shots. They're jumping too. Like that's hard to stop. I'm 6'5", and I remember when I was younger and I was playing against, it took me a minute because everybody I played with was usually I'm taller than most people, growing up. But when I got to the point where, I started playing high school and then, I'm getting invited to do like little, tournaments through whatever, the YMCA, whatever it is. And, they're inviting me to go play at a college basketball court. And, I went to St. John's and then I'm playing on the court. And these guys, wow, I'm like, damn, this is my first time really playing against guys taller as me or bigger than me. And I'm like, oh, now I see what everybody else sees when they play me. It's difficult. You got to get used to being able to tackle someone, deal with someone who's taller than you and is jump shooting. And I'm like, oh man, I get it. I get it.
So you play
against somebody tall. It's tough.
You played center back in the day, Ron?
Well, growing up, they always made me play center. I was actually that's why I was happy about being able to go play with people my size, because now I could play guard, because that's where I wanted to be. I like to shoot.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, a lot of bad youth programs have this terrible issue of getting a guy that's like 6'1", 6'2", and just throwing him in the paint. It's like, no, dude, he's a guard, bro. He's a perimeter player.
Right. That's all. It always used to happen, and not to say anything. I had the reason why I never got to make it is because I just one, I didn't have leaping ability, unfortunately, just didn't have it, and two, I could shoot, but I wasn't one of those guys with a great handle. Like I can get to the rim, but I couldn't. It's not like I'm crossing you over. Like I got to get down. And when I used to get down and try to put the ball in the court, people be hitting me in the face. I'm like, no, I can't. I'm gonna stay outside.
You go to the butcher shop.
Yeah,
what's good, J Bug?
What's going on, J Boogie?
There he is.
Good afternoon to y'all great gents, sons, fathers, uncles, brothers, cousins. Just shout out to the chat, man. Just came up here to rock with y'all for a little bit. I don't get to spend enough time with these, so I definitely want to come up here this Saturday. Normally I come up here on Saturdays, but I made sure I had to come because Deez was up here. And just let you know, I caught the link to your show when the last time he dropped it in the chat. So, I will be participating, and rocking with you on your show.
Appreciate it, bro.
Love and support, man. As I strive to do. Yeah, appreciate that, man. It's a beautiful weekend for me, man. Enjoying, life, trying to keep my health good. I'm in good spirits and everything, man. I know I was one of the guys who's trying to get this guy, to lower the price and everything, but I'm real happy and grateful that we got a PG now, somebody that can, run our show. Who knows? He might turn away from, being that scoring guard to go back to be that Villanova guard, run our show and do what he got to do, man. I'm just happy that we got a point guard, to direct, because it's been a long time coming, man, waiting to have somebody in. I know the price might be this or that, but sometimes you got to pay to get what you need and not get what you want. Spending money on what you want, it doesn't last long. But when you spend money on something that you need, you love it and appreciate it different. Y'all get a chance to ever go to Ron's house, take a look at his top shelves and all his closets and see how you appreciate all them hats he got. So, man, it's a great thing, man. We got a point guard, man. I'm happy. And when was the last time could we say that, during free agency, somebody choose to come to us first and then tell other people, like they told Dallas, yo, don't even worry about it. I ain't coming, man. I'm staying in New York. That was big for me, Then for him to go to Dallas and then perhaps not even make it to us like some free agents have done. And then Pat Riley also wanted that guy. He ain't even give him the day at a time, too. So that means a lot. Pat Riley wants you. He sees a lot into you, too. You know what I mean? So I'm just happy, man. We got a point guard, man. I'm ready to see what Summer League looks like. I'm still debating if I'm going. I was going to go, but y'all know I was going if that boy Ivy was going, But I'm trying to figure out what I'm doing, man. But I'm happy, man. I'm in a good spirit, man. I like the big man that we got, man. So, the guy from the Clippers, I like him, So now what y'all talking about, buckwheat now?
Yeah. And definitely salute to you, Jay Buggy, as always. Appreciate y'all. And guys, I put the link. It's pinned for D's World of Hoops. Definitely, check his channel out. Salute, subscribe, all that good stuff. Like, comment. He's got a lot of great videos up there. Especially, he's also giving you videos, interviews from some of the draft prospects like that have taken place throughout the combine times and after. So there's a lot of information out there, so definitely check his stuff out. Plus, if you don't know, he's going on live tomorrow at 12 p.m. Sunday, so check him out if you guys are interested. Salute, show your love, support.
What time are you on tomorrow, D?
12 o'clock.
I'll be there.
Thank you. Appreciate
me and this guy.
Yeah,
hey, what's up, buddy?
We'll be there.
How's the basketball development going?
I think
What's
it's
up,
going
little
great.
man?
Give a thumbs up for his boys.
Yeah, good.
Yeah, that's perfect timing for me, Deeds, man. Right after service, I got to make my first Sundays, man. You know, that pay my tithes and everything. So that's perfect time. As soon as I come out, man, I might come up on I might rock with you with a suit, but I'm gonna show up tomorrow. Give you some love,
That's
man.
cool. As long as you ain't naked, I don't care, bro.
Oh no, we can't do that, man. Can't do that. That's the only two things: get that, the bedroom and the shower. That's it.
Shout out to my guy Don P in the building. What's going on, Don P?
Hey, what's going on, y'all?
There he is.
Sure.
Man.
What a do, Don P?
Bottles up, baby.
Good. Hey, what's up, Jay Boogie? What's up, D? What's up, Ron?
What up?
What's up, Sabrina? What's up, Danny? Hey, y'all talking about Colin Sexton, right?
Yes.
Yeah, so y'all harped on something that I'm a real stickler about. My thing is for like undersized guards, I would need for them to have a particular skill set for them to be effective in today's NBA. Y'all remember what's his name? Shabazz Napier?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Yep. Yeah. So like I wonder why a cat like him isn't in the league now. Like he had all the like everything y'all say about Colin Sexton, that was kind of Shabazz Napier. He was a dog, you know what I mean? He was a score first type of dude. He was a dude who know how to get his bucket. He showed a lot of good leadership skills, but why is he not in the league now? You see what I mean? And it's not due to the talent. It's just that in today's league, it's evolved. You know what I mean? The point guard position, if you back in the day 6'1", that's the average size of a point guard. In today's league, it's 6'3" and up. If you 6'2", 6'1", you barely making it. And if you barely making it, you gotta have a particular skill set. And Colin Sexton, for me, he's just I'm not feeling his playmaking abilities.
It's not there.
Huh?
It's not there.
Yeah, it's not there. So it's like, what is he, an undersized too?
Yep.
You see what I mean?
He's a in-betweener. Yeah. Yeah. I would say that he might be an undersized too.
Yeah. Now, if Colin Sexton was like 6'5", I wouldn't be having that conversation.
Right.
You know what I mean? But he's only 6'1". I think he's really 6 feet to be G with y'all. But at the end of the day, like, what do we need? I mean, if we're talking about getting somebody like Colin Sexton, I would like to have as much playmakers as possible, especially for people who likes to score. That's
right. And I'll be honest with you, just to piggyback on what you're saying. I like Colin Sexton. I think I would have, enjoyed having him as a Knicks player. But now that we've got Brunson running the show, I don't really feel the need for Colin Sexton. Now, if we had got DeJounte Murray, then I would have liked Colin Sexton at the 2, because for whatever defensive issues Colin might have, DeJounte is such a good defender at his position. He's going to be like, he would be in the mix. It wouldn't be as big of an issue. Plus, DeJounte is a very good inside the paint scorer. He's not the greatest 3-point shooter, and I think it's nice to have a bucket getter like Colin to go along with him. But we didn't get him, so in this case, I don't know how I feel about it. Jeremy Nussbaum had put a trade together earlier that I said I was going to get to. It was a 3-team trade. He said Knicks, Cavs, and Bulls. Knicks receive Colin Sexton. Bulls get Derrick Rose, and the Cavs receive Kobe White and Derrick Jones Jr. It's interesting.
It is.
So, I mean, that would be an interesting, like, if we were gonna get Colin Sexton, and this, I would be okay with this if this is how we were gonna go about doing it.
Right.
But yeah, I don't know if he fits in the plans now that we know what the team is shaking out to be, and the fact that Jalen Brunson is here. But I think it's someone nevertheless that we have to consider, because he is a player that's available.
I think another thing with his volume too, it just takes away for the development of Grimes excuse me, quickly, even if he runs the floor with Obi as well. And especially, I mean, look, he's an efficient scorer, but the thing is that he takes like 17, 18, 19 shots when he's in there. So I like to see quickly and Grimes and Obi with the ball more.
Right.
They have Colin with it.
Right. And before we move on, shout out to my guy, Sam Grandison. This is, I believe, your first time on the panel with us over here at Still Knicks Fans. Appreciate you, brother.
What's good, guys? Salute. How y'all doing? I wanted to stop by. Some free time. What's good, Boogie? See you.
What up, Sam?
What's going on? What's going on, D?
What up? How you, Sam? Long time.
I see you guys. How y'all doing?
What's good?
Yeah. Do you have any thoughts about Colin Sexton before we move on?
Me personally, I'm gonna pass on him only because of the current situation of the team, and he's also gonna be looking for a payday. I'd rather use those funds otherwise, if I'm being honest.
Yeah, I hear you. And thank you, Paris Duggar. Yeah, I wasn't nasty enough. I was not. But I will tell you one thing. It's a little secret about Ron's game. I can tell you now because you're never going to see it again, unless I play in the NBK tournament or something next year or whatever.
I'm trying to get down there too. I'm playing next year too.
Oh, okay. Listen, don't.
So I got a question, man. I got a question, man. I don't mean to interrupt you, but I was watching and really tuned into that game and everything, and I heard somebody in the background say, "Yo, what up with this 2-on-2?" So did y'all play the 2-on-2? Because the video went off then. Did y'all play the 2-on-2? What happened?
No, we didn't play the 2-on-2.
Ron got the director's cut. I know what's going on.
What's the 2-on-2? What's the 2-on-2, Ron?
We didn't play the 2-on-2. Actually, what happened was we had already been in the gym for like two hours plus, and the person who was running the gym kicked us out. So
that's the easy route. That's the easy route.
Yeah. That's what happened. Because listen, if they had called me out, what I mean, like in back in. Nah, nothing would have happened. But anyway,
well, I was thinking we need to run like a 3-on-3, a 3-point contest. You know what I'm saying? A skills challenge, kind of like the All-Star weekend. Kind of do that. Like set it all up, all the different podcasts. You know what I'm saying? I'll show up for All-Star weekend, and we do our All-Star Knicks podcast. You know what I'm saying? Run a little 3-on-3. I'm down with that joint. You know what I'm saying? How y'all feel about that?
That might be cool. We might be able to do something like that. As long as everybody works out, stretches, gets themselves in shape, don't come out here tearing your Achilles.
I think some women was thirsty to scrape somebody on the back.
Oh, you know, I got slick handles. I'm gonna cross somebody over.
Hey, listen. I'm gonna rest my old bones and let y'all have at it on that.
You what? Get out of here, Sam.
My old bones. Oh my God!
Cut the camera.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah, man. I think we just gotta be mindful of our bodies and make sure we in the best possible shape to do something like that. But let me tell you, somebody tears their Achilles, game over. We taking you to the hospital. We're gonna talk about but you see how high he got up before he came down? No. Yeah, I don't want to do all that. Yeah, that's. But anyway, I was trying to give you all the secret. The secret is I don't like being embarrassed. Don't get me mad on the court. When I get mad or I feel embarrassed, I start getting demon time. So I don't want to. Yeah, that's the key. That's the key.
We don't want you blocking nobody for the podcast.
When you playing with me, tell me some jokes and get my worst game.
Julius needs some of that then, man. You need to start getting in Julius's ear, letting him know.
That's the reason why I keep telling y'all. You think I'll be saying it for no reason. I keep saying I want to see Obi get mad out there because I want to see Obi if he can take his game to the next level. Go up, try to dunk on somebody. Somebody block your shot. Then I want to see what you do. That's what I'm trying to see. I want to bring the fire out of Obi. But we'll see.
Yeah, if I was defending Obi, I'd be talking mad smack to him, see if he can get mad. You know what I'm saying?
He probably just smile at you or something.
Maybe. So, let's go to the next option that might be out there. First off, salute to Snipes Entertainment. Appreciate you. Thank you for tuning in. Kevin Middleton, I see you. That's a tough subject there. We might talk about that. I don't know. E. Gibson's in the building. What's going on? C_Mac. What's going on, brother? Appreciate you. My dude, Pete Panagiotopoulos is in the building. Andrew Smith is here. Appreciate you. I love your show, but I have a question. Darius Garland just got his rookie max extension. Zion got his John Morant, got his. What do you think is going to happen with Barrett? That is a good question. You know what?
That's a good topic, Barrett.
Might as well tackle it real quick because I don't think there's really much to say. I'm going to say nothing happens with Barrett right now. Barrett's going to wait. Barrett's a good guy. They're going to talk to Barrett, let him know how much they appreciate him, how much they want to take care of him. But right now, we're trying to build the roster around you and give you better pieces. So let's get through this season. You continue to do what you do, and we will take care of you at the end of the season. I think that's the message to Barrett, and I think that's what Barrett already knows, and I think Barrett's a good guy. This is what I wanted to say, and I was going to bring up Barrett when we were talking about guys who want to be here. Now, of course, they were draft picks, right? But there's two guys that we can say that were good players with good skill that wanted to be here. Porzingis wanted to be here. RJ Barrett wanted to be here. Now, we know what happened with Porzingis, but prior to all that, he wanted to be a Knick. We knew that. Say what you will about him. Julius Randle wanted to be here. And right now, Jalen Brunson. So these are the guys that actually shown they want to be Knicks. And as much as we have issues with them, I also respect the fact that, you know, these are guys who actually want to be here. All these other stars and all, whatever, they use us as fodder. They use us as people to drive up the prices, all this other stuff. But how many of them actually really want to be here? So once again, I want to give credit to those guys who have shown they want to be here. But RJ, I think RJ, deep down inside, he feels he's a Knick. He wants to be a part of the Knicks. He wants them to grow. And he's trying to make this Knick team his team. Of course, he knows he's got to get better. But I think he's willing to wait. He sees what's going on. And he trusts the organization that they're going to take care of him. But I don't think they're going to do anything, anytime soon. I think the season's going to play out, and they'll take care of RJ. If RJ does what he needs to do, because I've said this is a show and prove year for RJ. If RJ stinks this year for whatever reason, or if he gets off to a terrible start and just has a mediocre season, RJ's out of here, guys. I don't want to be the guy to say it, but I'm going to tell you they are not going to max him out or give him that type of money if he doesn't show that he's worth it.
Yeah.
Yeah, but they got to the beginning of the season, though, to get that contract signed, or else he becomes, a unrestricted or restricted free agent at that point? Like
restricted, right?
I think he's still restricted. He's still restricted, but
he's still restricted.
He's still restricted.
Yeah, you got to be restricted if they draft you first round.
So, but the thing with RJ is that would be a mistake to sign him because he has. Hey, Ron, you hit it right on the nail, bro. He's got a lot of proving this year to do. This is his most important year of his basketball career. And I would not go ahead and push the button too quickly without, one, still building this team around Jalen a little bit better, because I think that's what they're doing right now. So I still want to do that, and I want to make sure that RJ is good to go ahead, because if he has a fantastic season, then, of course, he should be eligible for some type of max of sorts. But if he plays the same way he did this year and he gets off to a slow start, he's inefficient and stuff like that, then I would look to either – offer him something as to where he could agree to something. And if he doesn't agree, then we can simply move him and we can get assets for him.
And JJ just said it in the chat perfectly. RJ hasn't earned it. The guys that have gotten paid, John Morant, he's took his team to the playoffs. We've seen new heights with that Grizzlies team. Darius Garland, all-star, took his team to the play-in, things like that. So, RJ just has to improve and show why he's worth the money, because right now there's still some questions that we all have for his game right now.
What if they talk to him and give him a deal that's not the max, that's somewhere around 4 year, 100 million, kind of like the same Brunson deal? Would you do that then instead of waiting next year? Maybe he hits restricted and then we got to match the money and it's higher then.
I don't think. I mean, as a Knick organization, yeah, why not? If you can save some money and keep RJ, why not? I don't think RJ would do that. I think RJ, he wants to be in the class of his peers. Like, he knows what they're all getting. He's not settling for $100 million. He may say to himself, you know what? Okay, you guys don't want to just give me the bag. I know I'm a little inconsistent. There's certain things I got to work on. Fine, I'm going to do it. I'm going to work on it. After the season, I want to get paid. So I think, and RJ, we know one thing about RJ. Up until last year, and let me say this correctly because I think some fans, get confused with it. RJ has progressed every single season. Up until last year, when you look at his actual efficiency, he regressed. His numbers look better as far as scoring because we know he took more shots. He jacked up a lot. He got to the 20-point mark for the first time in his career, averaging 20 points per game, but he didn't do it in an efficient way. So even if you look at it and say, oh, well, he scored more, that's not how it is. He was inefficient doing it. So he regressed a little bit. So he knows he's got to work on it. And that's the reason why he said that he wanted to work with DeRozan. He's going to be going back into the lab, working with Drew Hanlon, whatever.
Yeah, you got it, Hanlon.
Hanlon. Yeah, he was going to go back in there, start working out with Drew Hanlon again. And he was really going to give his all in trying to help Team Canada get as far as they could throughout the that whole Olympic type thing, that they're doing. So I think RJ understands. And I think now that there's a little light, the other thing is there's excitement again. There's a buzz again. Knicks got a big man who is interesting, can stretch the floor. Knicks signed Mitch. Mitch brought in Jalen Brunson. There's something there that's something for RJ and other players on the team to get excited about. So you want to continue to work, improve your game, see where we can take this. They know. The other thing is, the Knicks are the underdog. They love being the underdog. They like to use that to fuel themselves. I think RJ is going to go out there and get it. Let me do a quick around the table thing rather than getting into deep takes. Quick thing.
But before you do it, Ron,
okay,
180 people watching. We only have, I think, 80-something likes. Let's crack that to 100, baby. We could do that in no time.
Thank you, guys. Smash that like button. Even if you have to leave, if you got to get your day started, you're doing fun things today, smash that like button on the way out. I appreciate y'all, man. Let's get YouTube knowing that, we here. Still Knicks fans is here giving you some content, and we appreciate the love. Oh, that's right. We appreciate the love, baby.
Nice.
Simple. To start with you, D. Give them the money now or wait till the end of the year? I think you already answered it, but I'm just going around anyway.
Yeah, it's all right. I wait. I'll be quick. I'll wait. I want to make sure that he's ready to go. He understands the gravity of the situation of his career and with this organization. And plus, too, from a business standpoint, I still need. There's still holes in this roster. Right? RJ, even if RJ plays at an all-star level, we still need to plug in some holes. So I'd rather kill two birds with one stone, bring it in and try to plug in those holes, and also see where RJ's trajectory is going.
Okay, Danny, what you think? Give him the money now or wait?
I'm going to agree with D. I would wait. Plug in whatever you need and wait. Let's see what he's going to bring us next year. And my quick question is, do you think he should just skip that Canada thing and just concentrate on getting himself better?
Well, it's too late now. He's already committed.
He's already there.
They've already started playing ball.
I would have focused on myself if I was him, and then play for Canada for the rest of my life if I wanted to.
Of course.
That's what I would have done.
Yep. So I agree with D. That's all I have to say.
Yeah. Jay Boogie, what you think? Pay him now or wait till the end of the season?
Nah, I got to wait on you, man. I got to wait on you, RJ. You got to get your game up. You know what I'm saying? You're still not even in the top 25 or the 25 and under. You're not even in that category. So, I can't start, comparing you with numbers with none of these other guys that's, that you was drafted with. I think key numbers for him is going to include guys like Hunter, see what he going to make, guys like that. You know what I'm saying? Then you get a kind of like, idea where you at with RJ, man. But RJ got to get his game up, and he got to show it to us. He got to let us see it. I need a new commercial or something, man. It ain't hollering at him about commercials or nothing. A bus driver picking up kids, taking them to school, let them know I'm driving the squad, anything, man. But he got to show it to me and let me see it. You say you wanted it, okay, you got here. It's not about wanting to get here. It's about how you going to stay here. You know what I'm saying? And we need to see the numbers. We all Knick lovers. And, we all know the game. So you can't trick or fool us because, you know what I'm saying, we real intelligent with that eye. And then we more intelligent with that 7.5. So RJ, you got to show it to us, man. You know, and Dolan don't have a problem with giving you that money, but you got to let us see it, man. If it ain't there by the All-Star break, yo, I'm gonna call Danny Landis, the boss man of the plane boss. Let me hold that. Let me get him up out of here.
Dealing that dude and getting something back for that. Hell yeah.
Right. Yes. Don P, what you think? Pay him now or wait?
Yeah, I'm a short answer. I'm gonna just definitely wait. I always say this again. I question his talent and I question his upside, but I'm rooting for him. I'm definitely rooting for RJ. I like his attitude. I like the fact that he wants to get better. I like the fact that he wants to be the best. He sets certain goals for himself and sets out to follow it by any means necessary. So just in short, I just want to wait and see what we got in him. I think that even if he doesn't improve on his team, I think that he can still be an asset on his team as a potential leader. And even though he won't be no more athletic than he is, he can activate that playmaking part of his game. You know what I mean? He got like a playmaking skill that he flashed at us. He doesn't show it often, but I know it's there. I think that'll take his game to the next level. And if he can focus on that, then I think he would be well worth the extension or the max if he's consistent in that fact.
Okay. Subliminal, what you think? Pay him now or wait?
I mean, he's already getting paid right now regardless. He got Puma, you know what I'm saying, since he's been in New York. You know what I'm saying? He got that olive oil commercial now making peanut butter and jelly sandwiches.
Oh, I ain't seen that.
I didn't see that.
I just saw that.
PB&J.
He had a PB&J. He's spinning the bottle on his finger like it's the Rock. I mean, he's making bread already. You know, top 10 jersey sale last year? Was that it? I believe
it was 15, and 15? they give 50% of each jersey. So.
Okay, that's what I'm saying. I didn't know if it was 10, but I knew it was up there though. So I mean, he's getting bread already. His boy Mitch just got signed, so he knows if you wait, New York, you know what I'm saying, the Knicks is gonna take care of you because they just proved it in signing Mitch, you know, on that deal, and they showed him love. They gave him $60 million, you know what I mean, for 4 years. So you got to get those percentages up. RJ, you got to get those free throw percentages up. You got to finish at the cup at a higher clip, you know what I'm saying, and take better, you know, shot selection. So if he does that, I mean, I don't have a problem with him giving him the bag at that point. Yeah.
Okay.
So for now, we just gonna have to pump those brakes right now.
I'm with you on that. I hear you, Sam. What you think? Pay him or wait?
So the agent side of me wants me to get RJ his bag, but the smart team friendly side of me is like, like Subliminal was saying, he's getting money through these endorsements. He's good. He's got his contract. You know, he owns his own airline out there in Canada. He's all right. He's not hurting for money right now, so I'm gonna wait it out. I'm not gonna rush into it because, like you said, you don't want to get into something where you can't get out of, to where you're fighting for your life to get off his contract. A la another team player that we already have right now that we're praying and hoping that he has a bounce back year. So we don't want round 2 of that. So I would just wait it out some.
I'm working on that.
He got his own airplane line.
RJ, listen, let me tell y'all something, man. RJ is a smart guy, and his father is smart. They know what they're doing over there, man. He's trying to build his brand. He knows he's not there where he can command what these other players can command because he hasn't proven it yet. But get me wrong. Listen, RJ balls out and starts to really put himself on the map like that, and then gets the rest of the NBA talking about him. RJ is going to make some money. And not just with the Knicks, he's going to make even more money because he's a good, wholesome person to be behind. He's a good person to promote your product. Unless anything changes, we've seen. I don't care who you are. You might be, the second coming of Mother Teresa. Anybody can have a moment where you fall off, but RJ's a good dude. I like him. So, all right. Salute to Finesseful J. Appreciate you. Ella Mafi, appreciate you. Ella Mafi, I don't know if I've seen you here. If this is your first time, thank you. Appreciate that. Let's see. You got 100 million from moving down. Luka was injured. Oh, okay, I see what you're saying. D-Ras is in the building. Salute. Big Shiesty is here. The Public Enemy. I think I shouted you out before, but if I didn't, once again, shout out to you. All right. So that being said, go ahead, D.
Yeah. Let me share a name with the guys and see what the chat and the panel thinks. So I think I have a way that I could get Evan Fournier out of here, and I could bring in Luke Kennard from the Clippers. Their contract is almost just the same. And with picking up John Wall and still having Reggie Jackson there, it's going to be hard for Kennard to get minutes. And he's a much better defensive guard than Evan Fournier will ever be in his lifetime. And he shot at a higher clip, and he could put the ball on the floor, and he would be cheaper. And Kennard has already played most of his NBA off the bench, so it would be nothing to him for him to continue to come off the bench and play his role. What do you guys think about that?
Aren't they, possibly shop? I think there was something that came out. Aren't they already trying to shop him too? So it's not like they're not interested in potentially making a move. I think the Clippers were already trying to shop him just based off of the things you already said. They're pretty much loaded at the guard spot right now, and that's not even including the draft picks that they have from this draft. So I think it could be a potential trade, but you'd have to look and see how much they like Evan Fournier, because that's
I'm gonna have to give them picks.
Yeah,
I'm gonna have to give them at least. I would try to give them the Rokas stash and draft, whatever it is, and I would give them one of the first protectors, and I'll give them 2 seconds for their troubles.
That's not bad. Not a bad offer. They should jump on that.
And Kennard only 24, 25 years old.
What is Kennard's contract?
Kennard is making 14.5 this year, I believe.
And when does it expire?
2 years from now. So it's according to the lines of an Evan contract, but it's cheaper.
Is it an option like for his last year, anything like that?
I think he has a team option the last year, if I'm not mistaken. I believe it's a team option last year, but the most he's making is, like D said, probably like 14.7, I think 14.6, something like that.
What's his average, D?
I'll tell you right now.
You mean like points a game?
Yeah.
I think he averaged. Hold on one second, because I did have it up.
Okay, so this year coming up, he's making 13.7. The next year, he's making 14.7, and in 2025, it is a club option.
Yep, team option, right.
Right, and then he will be an unrestricted free agent.
Not too bad.
Well, be honest with you, man. I appreciate the hard work that you put in when you be typing, doing what you do. The only thing you didn't do was press send on that trade. You should have been send that trade. Let's go ahead and make that move. You know what I'm saying? Because one thing is, he's already in the mind frame. He knows he's coming off the bench. He's not in the mind frame where, like we dealing with Evan. We want him to come off the bench. Evan might, still feel like he's the starter, but it's not helpful for the team. So if you could bring a little bit, you could bring just as good enough shooting, if not better, but better defense off that bench. You know what I'm saying? A better ball handler off that bench. You know what I'm saying? For a team option, man, let's go to the club today, man. I like your work, man. I like what you be doing, man.
And I don't want to be mistaken on that, but is he shooting? Wasn't it like
45 almost percent?
And wasn't he taking like over 5 attempts a game?
Yeah, if you go ahead and watch my video from I think it was yesterday I did it.
Mm-hmm.
It was yesterday. I went over all his percentages. I think he shot almost 50% from the corner, bro.
So, I mean, listen, it doesn't sound like a bad trade in my eyes, and I'm not gonna lie to you guys. I might sound a little biased, but I got tired of seeing the the wannabe Ray Allen fade away from the corner last season.
And another thing too is that a bench can look like with Rose, Quickly, and Kennard. That's animal perimeter defense out there, especially with a Hartenstein behind you and a Sims or something like that, or Obi. It was good, bro.
If I convince the Clippers why they would make that move, like you said, entice them with picks or something, because they're gonna want to hold on to Kennard, depending on the package. So
yeah, and they could do whatever with Evans' contract. I could care less. What I'm giving them is the draft picks.
My fault, Boogie, though.
No, you all right. You good. You good. You need your shine. You know what I'm saying? You be up in the buildings. getting your degree and all that. So, when you come on, I don't mind moving out your way, man. You know what I'm saying? I just wanted to, share real quick, and if I may, just give my homeboy some love, you know what I'm saying? Because, the Knicks fans was like really, really down on John Wall, about making trades or anything. I just wanted to share this with him because, from time to time I was letting guys know he don't lost 7 pounds, he don't lost 11 pounds, you know what I'm saying? He was ready, you know what I'm saying? But just to throw it out there, John Wall was ready before, you know what I'm saying, Klay Thompson was ready. But nobody looked at Klay Thompson as being injury prone. They both went down with pretty much the same 2 injuries, you know what I mean? But John Wall came back, and when he came back, he was still averaging 18 points and like 7, 8 assists for Houston. But they chose to just go a different way from him, you know what I'm saying? And his contract was real big. But I'm only saying that to share this, you know what I'm saying? A lot of people are going to be shocked about what John Wall is going to do this year. And you don't put him in the middle in between Kawhi Leonard and Paul George. Lord may have mercy on the league. Look for him to lead the league in assists, man. But sometimes you can't just you can't let people's what happened to him, you know what I'm saying, predict what he can be now and what they can become in the future. And we do that a lot, this person is this person is that. And we don't want them for this reason. We don't want them for that reason. And then when we get certain players, you know what I'm saying, here we go with the same thing. This person is this and this person is that. Brunson is too small. He can't do this and that. Sometimes we just got to let things play out for themselves, you know what I'm saying, and let them people show us instead of us trying to say what they are when we really don't actually know. Anybody can change in this league, That's why I call Brunson the Villanova guard now, you know what I'm saying? He's going to show us, man. But I just wanted to give my man John a little love because I know a lot of Knicks fans was real heavy on him, especially, when the comments came about either trying to go sniff at him as far as the contract and all that, but he injured and all that. He's back, man. And a lot of people get ready to see a lot of craziness up in the Clipper land.
John Wall's a beast. I like John Wall. I always liked him.
It's a good place for him, too, because if Kawhi comes back and Paul George there at full strength, he's going to have a lot of perimeter defense helping him and stuff like that. He won't have to be the guy who just initiate the offensive attack when possible. I think it's a great place for him.
I agree with that.
I'm gonna expound on what Jay Boogie said about John Wall. And I told a Clippers fan this because they didn't know what they had in him. I said what makes John Wall special, it's not the freakish athleticism that he had. It's not the fact that he could potentially take over a game offensively and defensively. It's the fact that above all else, he's a pure point guard. He's a pure point guard. You take away his athleticism, you take away his scoring ability, he still has that court vision. And that's something that I always value more than anything when it comes to a point guard. So I wouldn't have mind John Wall on our team, not as a long-term point guard, but as a point guard to stabilize this team. But I mean, we got Jalen Brunson now, so that's right. We gotta wait and see what happens. You know what I mean?
But I would take Brunson over Wall, though.
Yeah, most definitely.
Yeah. I mean, I don't think anybody look.
All over Brunson, but yeah.
No, I mean, you got for the Knicks, they don't have margin for error. They've got to go with the safest possible propositions they can because we've been struggling. We've been struggling the finances. We've been struggling to figure out how to get it all together. And I think would John Wall be maybe a better pick for us? If we can get healthy John Wall, who wouldn't want that? The dude is a bona fide baller.
He's a beast.
He is a beast. He is. And he's going to have great – listen, when he's out there with these guys and the Clippers, he's going to do some things. Y'all going to be like, oh, yeah, John Wall. When you see John Wall out there, and I saw him working out the other day. I saw him put a video up. Dude,
he looks good.
John Wall.
So let's keep in mind, too, just to expound on what Boogie's saying.
You want to know another fun fact about John Wall?
Yeah, go ahead.
It's the fact that even on the season that y'all thought he was healthy, he was still playing injured. So as fast and as athletic as we seen John Wall, he was still I think he was only 75%.
Yeah.
So I feel like John Wall doesn't have as much mileage on his legs as the average person his age. Because for one, injuries. For two, he hasn't been on the court like that. So I don't know how old he is, but if whatever his age is, just as far as him being a basketball player, just count him 2-3 years younger, because he doesn't have the same mileage on his legs as most other guards or most other players like him.
And Blocks just said it for me too. You know, that's what I was gonna say. To expound on the point was, you know, Houston sat him out because they wanted to tank, because he could have very well played some more games for them that year. And Don P, just to let you know, and now he's only 31, so the guy still has a lot left. If he can just show that he's healthy, you know, like we said, he has the ball. He's not gonna have pressure on him really. He can play freely because of those main two attractions that they have on that team. So I think he'll have a solid year. You know, you could potentially see the Clippers being a contender this year just based off of their team already, and then adding him enhances their chances even more.
Right. I agree with that, Sam. Definitely. Before we get into another guy that, you know, we should possibly look at, and there's some issues with him, but we know when he's on the court healthy, he's a player that you gotta respect his game, and he could definitely help your organization. Point is, can you keep him on the court, because he's dealt with a lot of stuff himself. Before I bring him into the fold, I just want to say shout out once again to the chat. Thank you guys. As D would say, we've got 179 people here right now. Hit that like button. Even if you got to bounce and take care of some business, hit that like button on the way out. We appreciate it. Thank you.
Subscribe. Tell them.
Yes, thank you. Salute to who was there it is. Salute to Tech Jones. I appreciate you, brother. Thank you for tuning in. Solange Brandau. Thank you. Hola, Brazil. Oh, from Brazil. Hey, all right. Hola. Hey, what's going on? Appreciate you. Salute to Dennis Waters. Thank you for tuning in. Appreciate you. Francisco Carrillo. I don't know if I mentioned you earlier. If I didn't, you know, maybe I did. We survived 100 people's in the building. Red is here. Red, I don't know if you're new to the show, but if you're not, thank you for coming back. And if you are new, thank you for being here. Appreciate you. Andrew K is in the building. I'm mentioning you, Andrew, because I might have mentioned you a long time ago, but I don't remember. You know, I'm old. And I definitely want to give these two special salutes real quick. First off, special salute to my guy, 914's finest. Dude is funny as hell. I had a great time chopping it up with him. That's 2 years in a row at the NBK draft party. It was dope. We had a great time. I hope to see you again next year. You know how we give it up. It was fun, man. And you know, I definitely, man, that you make the event a lot more fun, brother. You know, our conversations is crazy. So definitely salute to you. And I want to give a special salute and shout out to my guy Rayology. Rayology, appreciate you, brother. Listen, y'all gotta understand. Rayology is a really smart cat, man. He loves the Knicks. He's always doing what he can to research and bring knowledgeable takes to the equation. But one thing I think you got to really understand, Rayology deals with and battles with stuff health-wise every single day. He has his good days, he has his bad days, and it fluctuates, man. But he's always still trying to show up and support these different shows and give his takes and be in the chat, really, you know, and he jumps on the panel. Like, Rayology is a really cool dude. I wish you nothing but the best of health, brother. I know it's always a struggle, but man, we appreciate you. Just want to let you know.
All right. Hey, Rayology, I'm trying to be like you, man. You be giving out them takes. You be giving context to the takes. You be doing that data. You know what I mean?
We appreciate you, brother.
Hey, for sure.
Rod, you also missed a super chat.
Yo, I just want to say, hey, Danny Landis, don't worry about it. When the show is over, I'm gonna go back. I'm getting ready to sample your son in the background, talk about subscribe. So ain't no need to try to sue me later on. We can negotiate that right there. I can't have
Yes. Let me acknowledge this. I'm trying to find something from earlier.
Hey, Ron, I think RJ Barrett's got to train with you, Ron.
Yeah, you think he needs to get mad? You think I need to get him get the aggression out of him?
Get that aggression out, that hidden aggression.
Yeah, I'll do it, man. Listen, I feel better about it now that I seen Hustle. I seen what Adam Sandler did to get Bo, you know, good. I'm ready to start calling his family all types of names. Yeah, I'll get him right. Yeah, man. So let me shout out. Thank you. Appreciate the generous super chat, Paris Duggar. Thank you for acknowledging the show. Hit those likes, guys. Listen to Paris Duggar, man. Appreciate you, brother. Thank you.
Paris is fantastic.
All right, guys. So let's talk about this next guy.
Number 7?
Not number 7. I see you campaigning. I should call him and let him know that you really trying to bring him to New York.
Yeah, I love Melo. I always did.
But do you love TJ Warren?
Oh.
TJ Warren, guys, listen. And, we don't know if we're ever going to see Bubble TJ Warren again, because Bubble TJ Warren was special. But just the fact that he has that ability to be that type of player and get you buckets. I mean, you talk about a microwave. That dude, light a match. But can he stay healthy? We don't know. You're taking a chance with a guy like that. But I like the fact that it's cheap. Most likely, you wouldn't have to pay him a lot of money. He knows his situation. His agent knows what's going on with their client. I think he just wants an opportunity to be able to show what he can do, stay fairly healthy, and get back to getting substantial money and earnings in the NBA. What do you guys think about TJ Warren? Because he's a piece. If you're trying to round out your roster, we do know that the Knicks need guys who can get buckets too. Like, we've got some guys that may be able to get buckets, but we don't know. Like, we haven't seen everything Grimes can give us. And apparently, I just want to say this again. I mentioned it before. Grimes and his trainer was on NBK a couple weeks back and talked about what Grimes has been working on. And he said Grimes is trying to open up what he can do on the court. He knows he can do more. He has the skill set to do more, but he was limited because he fit into what the Knicks organization wanted him to do. Yes. So keep that in mind, guys. We might be able to see more from Grimes this year. So let me go with D. What do you think about TJ Warren and how he might fit with the New York Knicks?
Well, Ron, I mean, our list is looking almost the same so far as guys to look for. And I had TJ there because I knew he would be cheap. I know Indiana wouldn't have much service for him since they're reconstructing their roster.
Mm-hmm.
We need a 3. And he's a guy that's been a couple of years battling through injuries, but he's been able to rehabilitate. He doesn't have that NBA mileage for 2 years. So I think he can come in off the bench, and I think he could be serviceable at a cheap price. And we desperately need guys that can defend the wing. I'm sorry, that could defend the perimeter. And we need guys that can go ahead and stretch out to that corner and hit corner shots. And he could do both of those things. It would be cheap.
Right. Yeah. What do you think about TJ Warren, Sam?
Hey, me personally, I think it would be a very efficient move. Low risk, high reward type thing. Depending on how much money he wants, he's definitely shown that he is a legitimate scorer and a legitimate threat at the wing position in this league. So, we always talk about how we need more wings on the team. That's a perfect wing right there. He's a solid defender as well. Shoots the ball well. Averaged I think 16 for his career. He's still young. He's under 30 years old. I think he's just turned 28. So, he still has some years left in him. I think it would be a smart move if you can get him on a cheaper contract. Because I think he made, I want to say around 12 or 13 mil already last season. You can get him on a cheaper deal, probably about half of that, then I'd take him.
Okay. What do you think, Jay Boogie? What do you think about TJ Warren?
Well, I'm from New York, but I live down here in Carolina, so I rock with a lot of these Carolina dudes. He's from out of Bull City. I know he's looking for a new jump start, a new kick start, you know what I'm saying? And I think that'll be, if he could come here, that'd be great. But I think he's just really looking to get out of Indiana. But I know he got a whole lot more game in him, you know what I'm saying? And that'll be a hell of a guy to come off our bench, you know what I'm saying? With quickly, quickly. I don't know if Rose gonna be here with Obi and all that running up and down, you know what I'm saying? My man, we just signed, wasn't it Hartenstein and all? I think that'll be a bona fide score, coming off that bench with us, man. So, I like the look, going to get TJ Warren, help our offense, on the bench side, and then sometimes he can accumulate and slide in. You know, we need to go small ball and mix it up with some of these starters. You know, he got a lot of seasons in him, far as playing big tough games and all that. So he can, be a nice, piece for us, man. I'm with TJ Warren, man. I like TJ Warren. We can't, injuries. Sometimes injuries happen, but that don't mean people can't fight back and get their game. And I think he's looking for a new opportunity, and this could be it.
Yeah, and I like the fact that hopefully it can be a somewhat cheap situation, because that's the intriguing. If he wants the bag, then that's different. Subliminal, you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
What's going on, brother? What you think about TJ Warren?
If it's one of those, low risk, high rewards type deal, we get him on the cheap, then why not? You know what I'm saying? If it's a position of need, it's just one of those things that I just really wasn't on board on getting an injury prone player. We brought in Kemba. There's rumors about bringing in Brogdon. I wasn't on board on that. D Rose is another one that is injury prone. When we need him in the playoffs, he's not there. So it's just, I'm kind of, like I said, on the fence. But if it's for the cheap, then why not? But at the same time, do you guys feel like Rose should be there? At the beginning of the season, or do you think we should get rid of him too? Especially if there's a guy like Dennis Schroeder, available to run the second unit, or do you guys feel like if Rose goes down, IQ is better, right, to run the point at that time?
It's a good question.
Yeah, I like your latter scenario better, but also too. So since we all, I think Don P's going to agree with us too. If we all wouldn't mind taking Warren for dirt cheap, what's cheap?
What is
like
cheap?
I said,
that
about
is,
$6 million, about half of what he made last year, I think is a good price point. He's not gonna obviously go for garbage, but I think it would behoove him to even want to go for that type of shorter, 1 or 2 year deal, probably a 1 year deal at best. That way he can show what he's got and then get paid the following off season. So I think it would behoove him to get that $6 million or $7 million contract, prove it contract type deal. But I mean, we'll see.
Yeah. So you're saying 2 years, 12 mil
at the most, yes.
So we're about that. That's fantastic. And also, you could pitch it to him too, like, listen, bro, we'll help you resurrect your career, and we'll help. We'll get you minutes. We help you come off the bench. You'll be a part of something, and then if you do well and stuff like that, we'll make sure we'll ship you before you leave and get some assets for you.
All right.
Yeah.
And Rayology pointed this out too in the chat. He could be a great mentor for Cam. People didn't realize that too. I think that's a good point to point out.
And plus, also too, he's like New York nasty too. Right. So so he's a pit bull, so he'll be good. Sorry.
I just feel like we could get him for cheaper right now because the market is drying up. Everybody's even signed for like $3 million or less.
I don't know, Sub. That's tough.
What would it take to get him?
That's like less than the veterans minimum. No?
I was about to say some teams still got some money left. They can move some things around. Some teams still got their exceptions as well.
I mean, maybe. Look, my whole thing is I think $6 million is a pretty fair offer per year for him. And I think the fact that he hasn't been healthy and hasn't played, he should be fortunate to get that type of offer. Now, if you want to make it nice, because I'm all about, incentive-based contracts. I'm big on that. Listen, if you do this, you play this number of games, you're going to get this. We'll give you an extra $2 million. You know what I mean? Make it an $8 million contract. Incentive-based.
And a good thing to note too, Ron, I'm sorry to cut you off, but John Wall, he signed, what was it, D? 2 years, 13? So it's not like that's like heard of that he could sign for the 2 year 12. Like they're both in similar situations. So I could see us getting him for 2 to 12 or 13 mil total.
And I would play it real smart and giving him that second year as an option.
There we go.
Just in case it don't work out, nothing lost.
Right.
We don't have any money, right? We have that money on us, or that we've
worked
everything.
I mean, but we do know that, clearly if we got rid of Taj, that already opens up an extra $5 million. That's 6 right there.
Taj has got to go.
We got a little over $1 million now.
He's got to go.
And if you're able to move Randall or Fournier, that also clears that up too. And then you just work with the deficit of whatever the two contracts will be.
Exactly. So I mean that's the thing. That's interesting. Don P, how do you feel about TJ Warren?
To be honest with you, I'm indifferent towards TJ Warren, to be real. I mean, we already have IQ. You know what I mean? We have our young guns already. I want to ask you guys, like, what primary position does he play? Isn't he like a 2?
He's a 3.
No. TJ's he's taller than that. He's what, 6'8"?
He's 6'8".
6'8".
He's 6'8".
Yeah.
Gonna put pressure on Barrett.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, he's definitely a small forward. How is his injury history? I'm not really.
Let me tell you this.
Familiar with TJ Warren like that.
This is a good way to look at TJ Warren for what he is. When healthy, and this was not, this previous season obviously was bad, but let's look at.
You can look at 2019.
Let's look at 2019-20 season. He averaged 19.8 points, a little over 4 rebounds, 1.5 assists. He shot 81% from the free throw line, 40% from 3, and 53% from the field. TJ Warren's a bucket.
And I don't think he'd have an issue with your favorite coach playing him 30 minutes a night if he needed to. But I would go more around the 20s range, but I don't think he'd have an issue with it.
You know what I got him mixed up with?
I
got him mixed up with PJ Tucker.
Oh no!
Yeah. That's a big difference. No, yeah. PJ Tucker defensively is a beast, but offensively, there's a lot to be desired.
PJ Tucker
he can hit a 3 for you.
And don't forget, he was gonna get Jimmy Butler the business. So he ain't no punk. He ain't soft.
Oh yes.
Oh, period.
Business.
I'm talking about TJ Warren.
Yeah, but he got hurt. He was
that's at the 3. Yeah, I'm all for it. Yeah, he's 6'8". We need some length, y'all.
Yes.
Yeah. That's why he's a really good, interesting piece. Like here's the other thing. This is the reason why I like him. The gamble is not like an all-in gamble. You don't need TJ Warren. You already have your roster for the most part. You signed your high-priced free agent in Brunson. You brought in a nice complimentary backup centerpiece who could even start for you. Let's just be honest. His skill set works that he doesn't affect you in a negative way. And then you re-sign Mitch, and you got the rest of these guys that you're now finally going to be able to give playing time to certain guys. We still got to figure out what's going to happen with this Obi Randall situation. But you don't need TJ Warren. This team can move without him. So it's not the injury risk is not that big of a gamble at this point.
Yeah, great point. And also too, like, Sam had brought it up. There's 2 things I want to say real quick. And Sam brought it up about Tibbs running guys to the ground. The front office better come with an official mandate before the start of the season and told Tom there are going to be minute restrictions with guys. You're not going to be playing guys 40 minutes and stuff like that during a regular season game, bro. That should not be going on whatsoever. So that should definitely be done. Another thing too, and this is TJ Warren, those guys like that. It's very important that we have holes in this roster, and when we plug them in, we have to plug them in with guys that can defend the perimeter and that can spread the floor, especially in the corner. We definitely need those 2 things in this roster. But those 2 things, and they can address them, and there's decent players, we can possibly crack a first-round playoff berth.
Yeah,
this year, possibly second, because we'll have balanced scoring from guys, and we'll have guys that can defend dynamic perimeter players in this league.
Right. And then you know what? That puts us in a situation. We talk a lot about other teams, how they sign certain players that like, I don't know. Like we all knew that what LA was doing last year was a gamble. Like that was a geriatric old timers team over there. But we also knew that if those guys all stayed healthy and gave you as max effort, they might be able to make some noise. Of course, we know what happened in the end. Why in a situation like that? Why can't the Knicks be in a situation where we can take a gamble and go after a guy like a TJ Warren? Whereas, we know the negative, and if the negative happens, it doesn't really impact the team. However, if the positive happens, then he gives us a plus. Then we turn into something really special because now we've got more pieces on there who can get buckets. We hopefully have a better overall defensive effort for the whole team. And he's another player that fits into Tom Thibodeau's schemes. So I like it. I like that move. Shout out to the chat once again. Soldiers of God, he thinks we should go after Bo Cruz. I'm with you 100%. Bo would come in here right now and take this franchise to the next level. If you guys don't know about Bo Cruz, do your research, do your Googles, and you see how Bo is the answer. All right.
That's a great movie, though. I ain't going to even front.
Yeah, if you guys haven't watched Hustle with Adam Sandler and my guy Juancho Hernan Gomez, you know, Billy's brother, Willie Hernan Gomez, we had him on the Knicks.
The brother.
He's the more talented brother because he can, offensively, he's better. Yeah, check that out. He did a great job. And also shout out to my man Anthony Edwards, who played a great role in that movie too.
Atlanta's finest.
That's right.
Yeah, Willie was in there too. I mean, Billy was in there too, though.
Yeah, he was on the court there. Yeah, I saw him.
Yeah. Billy spelled like Willie though.
Yeah, right. I like to call him like my guy that I grew up with. His name is Victor with a B. Whatever. Victor. Anyway, shout out to Sincere the Genius. Appreciate you. Salute to Ahmad Hassan. Appreciate you, brother. And salute to my guy Knicks for Life, Chuck Allen. What's good, brother? What's good?
Oh, he already got re-signed, Chuck. The Pacers re-signed him, by the way.
This the vibes and stuff.
Yes. Appreciate
the Pacers had better re-sign them.
Yeah, they did.
yeah. Facts. Oh, and salute to my other half. Appreciate you, brother. John from Still Knicks.
Salute, John.
What's going on, brother? Appreciate you.
Hey, fellas, I got to jump off, man. Wife putting pressure on me. I'm trying to wash dishes and rock with y'all. I got to eat. I got to wash dishes. You know
Listen,
feed me more.
Happy wife, happy life, brother. Do what you got to do.
That's right.
Enjoy your day, J Boogie.
That's right, man. But God bless you all, man. Great rocking with y'all, man. Y'all keep doing what y'all doing, man. I'm a real big fan and supporter y'all got. But I hate that I got to announce my throne right now. I'm not a Knicks fan this year, man. I'm a Washington Wizards fan. And they keep doing what y'all doing because y'all building looking like y'all going to be outside of that lottery and we're going to get a nice pick from y'all next year. Keep doing what you're doing, man.
I like that. I like that.
Talk to y'all soon, man. D, I hear you tomorrow, man.
You know what it is, bro. Thank you.
No doubt, man. Salute,
all right, buddy.
Great day, buddy.
Yeah, this stuff, man. I rock with y'all. Love y'all, man.
All right, appreciate you, brother.
And the chat too.
I'm gonna go ahead and do the same thing because my battery about to die. I'm out here walking the dogs, so I'll get at y'all another time.
All right,
sub.
All right,
peace.
Hey Ron, when you gonna let me train you to play 1-on-1 against Sim, man?
Hey man, listen, that I don't know, that ain't happening, brother. I ain't ready. Listen, let me tell y'all. I got to tell y'all one thing. When you see just looking at the pickup game that took place between Isaiah and Sim, when Sim was out there practicing, Sim was looking good, man. Sim was doing some things out there, brother. And then you see it in the game too. But when he was practicing, Sim was doing some wild stuff, putting it between his legs, spinning around, putting it around his back. I was like, okay, Sim.
Damn, go Sim.
Yeah, Sim. Listen, man, he still gets it. I mean, it's great that he's a coach, and he coaches 2 different teams, I believe. And he's active, and he's out there showing them what to do and different skill sets and working on. Yeah, it's good, man. It keeps you lively, it keeps you active. It's good for your health, man. So shout out to him.
Yes.
And shout out to my guy Jeremy Maynard. Appreciate you, brother. Appreciate you. So I got a bunch more names that we can look at and get into, but I want to kind of condense it a little bit. I know D has some people that he thinks that we should look at as trade options. But what I want to do before we get into that, I have my own trade option that I want to talk to you guys about, but it's secondary to this. So first off, what do you guys think about why are the Knicks hesitant to trade for Donovan Mitchell? I know, look, Donovan Mitchell is a big name. We know he's a bucket getter. We know what he's done for Utah. That's basically his team. It really is his team now. But we know there's some things about Donovan Mitchell's game that not everybody's in love with. We know he's not a defender, point blank. I think he's a good enough offensive player that his defensive his defensive liabilities we can kind of ignore for to a degree, but I think he's a good enough offensive player that he's still somebody that you would want to have on your team. The issue that I think, and I think I'm with the Knicks when it comes to this. I know some guys may be mad about that. Like, yo, if Donovan's there, why not try to go and get him? You got all these picks. You got 11 first rounders. You got 11 second rounders. And Donovan Mitchell is out there. This is probably the closest you're going to be to get a chance to get him. Why not? This is my why not. Because I think Utah wants 2, 3, maybe even 4 picks. Nope, that's not a problem. Okay. I also think Utah wants Quentin Grimes. I think Utah wants Emmanuel Quickly. I think Utah wants Obi Toppin. And I think
that's
Utah
too much.
Doesn't mean they don't want it.
Right.
I also think, and you can split that up in any combination, but most importantly, Utah wants RJ Barrett. Now, you guys, there's some guys that might say, if you're telling me I can trade RJ Barrett for Donovan Mitchell, then I got to do it. But do you want to give up? Because they don't just want RJ Barrett. They want RJ Barrett. And are you guys comfortable with giving up RJ Barrett with an Obi, with a Quickly, with 4 first-round picks? Because they want all that. They don't just want one of the – they want all that. What do you guys think about that? I'm going to come back to you, D. I think you got a lot to say. I'm going to start with Danny Landis. How you feel about the Knicks possibly having to give up what I just said? And now keep in mind, you already know, this is not a hypothetical anymore. Danny Ainge is ready to fleece the world. He wants it all. You see what he got from Rudy, okay? So what do you think about that, Danny? Would you be prepared to give up stuff like that in that same type of realm? And this is Donovan. This ain't Rudy.
I know. That's what it's gonna take. They're in control. I mean, that's a lot to give up. RJ, Obi, Quickly. Who else you said?
Maybe 3 or 4 picks. And that doesn't even mean that that's enough.
Yeah.
They are really aggressive. Danny Ainge is a monster with this, and
and
he's getting it. I don't know.
I just read something that Mitchell was having dinner the other night with Quickly in Midtown.
Right.
I don't know. I think they're gonna ask for a lot. I don't know if it's worth to give up that much.
Unless, maybe he was telling Quickly some of the good places to eat in Utah.
Wow. I don't know. The value of our picks. I don't know how good our picks are, but if our picks are not that great, then give up a couple extra picks. But if they're really, really good picks, I would just hold on to them and not cave in and give them everything they want.
Now, I know this sounds crazy, guys. I'm gonna get to everybody, but if you take RJ out and put Julius in, I might have to consider it. But I'm not giving you my starter and my backup power forward. I got to keep one of these guys. So if you want Julius, Quickly, Grimes, and somebody else, and then the picks, 3 or 4 picks, I'll do it. But I'm keeping one of these power forwards. I'm not giving you both my power forwards. What am I supposed to do here? What are you trying to do to my team?
No.
I'm not doing it.
No.
What do you think, Sam? Would you be willing to make that type of trade with Utah? Not the Julius one, because that's the favorable one. The RJ one.
I'm gonna say no to either one, and this is simply because of what you said, Ron. This man is looking to build Celtics 2.0. Mm-hmm. We saw how with the Celtics he fleeced all these teams for these picks that turned into the Jason Tatums, Jalen Brown, all these guys. Marcus Smart. The reason they have that team. He's literally doing the exact same thing with Utah. I have no idea how he fleeced Brooklyn, and they were dumb enough to give them a first-round pick for Royce O'Neal. And
crazy.
A role guy gets, he's not a bum, but like a first-round pick, knowing that your 2 superstars want out. So that pick's going to be heavily conscried. So, I couldn't see myself making that move because they literally got 4 picks for Rudy Gobert, who is 30 years old and is just a paint defender. Imagine what they will be asking for Donovan Mitchell, a 20-point-plus scorer, who is not even, 26 years – he's 25 years old. They're going to ask for a Paul George or more type package, and I don't see it being worth it at this point.
Okay. All right. What do you think, Don P?
Yo, D said it best. We need people who could defend on the perimeter and consistently knock down shots from the perimeter. Donovan Mitchell, he's a great talent, but if I was a GM, I wouldn't bite on that. He just doesn't fit at least what I think the organization should go in terms of personnel. He doesn't fit it. He has the talent, he has the offensive talent, but you got too many liabilities with somebody like Donovan Mitchell playing at you too, or playing the combo guard, I guess. So I wouldn't bite on that. I think that's food gold for a team like ours. Maybe for a team that can afford to get him, and I'm not talking about financial wise. I'm talking about just the personnel. We got other playmakers at different positions, and another team who can afford to get Donovan Mitchell, afford to have his scoring powers. Yeah, but us, we don't have the personnel that fits with a player like Donovan Mitchell. That's all.
Okay. D, what do you think about that, brother?
I think everybody's on point, and I'm not going to give up players the farm and have to pay him 30 plus, and then I still need perimeter players. I still need perimeter defenders and guys that can shoot in the corner. So yeah, that's a heavy hell no.
Yeah, that's like, and you know what? That is the thing. Like, as much as we want this team to become better, we want the Knicks to be, somewhat aggressive. You got to be smart too, and don't let Danny Ainge gut your team for a situation that's not even. I like Donovan, but it's not like Donovan is a proven winner in the playoffs, in getting you to the promise. That if you do something like that, you got to know that the guy you bringing in, this guy's going to make all the difference. I'm not sure about that yet. I like Donovan, and I think he's the type of transitional star that you would love to have, but that doesn't mean that's not guaranteeing you anything. And that's a lot. And then that's like that's when you're saying, I'm not gonna rock with RJ. I'm moving on from RJ and whatever he can do. I don't trust in that. I'm going Donovan all in. And then later might be second guessing, like maybe RJ was that piece that we could have used. Not the number one, but a really good number two.
Yeah.
Can I ask y'all a question? Who would y'all take, Zach LaVine or Donovan Mitchell? If you had to choose one of them.
If I had to choose one.
Yeah.
Oof.
That's a tough choice. It depends on your preference.
That's interesting that you said that, because that actually is tough. I don't know.
I would go towards LaVine, but my only issue with LaVine is that I feel like he's one more catastrophic injury away from being just a role player in this league. So that's what worries me about him. But injury free in a perfect world, yeah, LaVine.
How about you, Mark?
If you're asking me though, Dom, if you're asking me right now, if I'm being honest, I'd probably lean towards LaVine just because. And somebody who's that? JJ just said in the chat, those are two 6'3" and under guards. I don't know about that one. We're talking about him. We're already talking about Brunson and Fournier. Imagine a Brunson and backcourt.
You talking about Zach LaVine sits what? Isn't he like 6'5"? 6'6"?
I think he's 6'5",
6'5".
He's lanky too.
Yeah.
Somebody's got some echo.
He has some feedback.
I think it's me. I'm gonna go out and come back in.
Okay.
All right, no problem. I think I'll answer your question on my end. Wow. Man, I don't know why this is tough for me. because I like Donovan Mitchell, but Zach LaVine. I've seen Zach LaVine do some things too that are similar to what Donovan Mitchell does. It's tough. I don't know. I guess Zach.
It just depends on your preference. Like, what do you?
Yeah, I don't know, dude. That's a real, and that's the thing that, and I like you. I thank you for bringing that up, Don P, because that's why it's another interesting thing to give up all these pieces. Who do you think you'd have to give up more pieces for, Donovan or Zach? I think Donovan, because of who's where he's coming from and who's in charge. So
and considering that's the only like mainstay name on the roster right now.
Right. Good point.
And the question I gotta ask is, what is something that Donovan can do that Zach can't do?
That Donovan can't do that Zach could do, right? That's what
I think he's asking in reverse because he's trying to say that all this hoopla over Donovan and Zach can do the same type. Right. Yeah.
Because you made a reference, Ron, about like pause. I'm gonna say that first and foremost. Size does matter. Size definitely matters in the sport of basketball. Size matters. When you shorter and you could do what you do, like that's fine. But if somebody is bigger than you and they could do everything that you can do, that's always better. So that's why I asked, what is something that Donovan can do that Zach can't do?
And Zach's a better defender.
So that is true.
I think that to me is the difference. Yeah, I think that's why I would go Zach, because he's a better defender. He has more length, and offensively, when Zach is given the opportunity, he can light it up whenever you need it. He's been kind of a little subdued because they've got better options over there with Chicago. But if Zach is the man and you're giving Zach the amount of touches and those usage numbers, Zach's going to put up numbers. That's what Zach does. So, yeah, I mean, Zach, to me, is like in Utah, they got nobody else. It's all Donovan. Even what you had from Mike Conley, Mike Conley's a little washed. He's not giving you that anymore. So it was all Donovan over there.
And another thing with Danny Ainge, too, that you guys mentioned earlier, he's like that greedy landowner that wants to gentrify the hood type of stuff. And it's like, nah, bro, I ain't working business with him, bro. Ever.
Right.
Hold on, y'all didn't hear me say pause?
Yeah, you did.
Yo, the chat getting on me right now.
Yo, he said pause. It's okay. He's good. Don P gets a pass.
I'm telling you guys.
Yo, my bad. Go ahead, man. I ain't even cut you off.
I'm telling you guys, he's literally going with Celtics 2.0. I see the vision, and he's not slick. He's gonna fleece another team. Yeah, I don't know who's it gonna be. He's gonna fleece a couple of teams, matter of fact, because he's already done damage with Brooklyn. I don't know how you do that, and he's already finessed Minnesota, who I believe is still not even going to make it to the conference finals with that roster.
I don't even see him make it in the second round.
So, with that being said. Be on watch for another team to get fleeced by Danny Ainge as he somehow maneuvers his way into building Celtics 2.0.
Yeah, I think he's got spies like that's located throughout the United States, and he just blackmails all these business owners and stuff.
Because we, how we guys always joke around about like how we want some of our guys are like stuck in the mindset of the '90s play and stuff. I have yet to see a team go this route that Minnesota's going. Like small ball lineups could destroy that team. Easily.
Right.
Gobert outside the paint, what is he doing for you? So they have to bank on another team, I guess, having a big out there that can't move, because if they have a small ball 5 out there, I don't really see him being as effective outside on the perimeter. So
and also, does that mean that D'Angelo Russell's staying?
I think he's gone.
I think he stays. They're gonna need him.
No, they're gonna need all they got, but they're still not gonna be enough. They basically, what did they have on the bench now? Come on.
Y'all don't understand, man. I wanted D'Angelo Russell on this team so bad, y'all.
Oops, it's unfortunate now. It's not gonna be happening now.
Yeah, that is an issue. I don't know. I don't know what they're gonna do now.
Hey Ron, did you see that clip? Did you see that clip, Ron, of Victor just absolutely destroying Rudy Gobert? Somebody put it on Twitter, and they were like, "Yeah, that's when, that's when Danny Ainge knew he had to ship him out." He was like, "Yeah, I'm just gonna tank for this guy."
No, it is what it is. It is what it is. That's the reality of it. But whatever. Good for them. Good for them. They were able to, Danny was able to do Danny things. So that's what Danny does. So I think that
Danny Dimes.
I think that's like the nail in the coffin. I think the Donovan Mitchell to New York dream is over. It kind of stinks because I like the fact that Donovan is a real New Yorker type guy. He loves the Knicks. I mean, not the Knicks. He loves the Mets. And he'd be willing to be with the Knicks. And I think he'd enjoy being here, but it is what it is. So we move on from that. But then that brings me to the alternative that I have. And I know this may be a little bit of a reach. This guy's making good money. And I think they would love to keep him where he's at. But I think that, if you're going to look at somebody to bring in to help your organization, this guy, let me see if I say his numbers, if you guys know who it is. Maybe not. He averaged 24.5 points, 5.9 assists, 5 total rebounds. He shot 81% from the free throw line, 30% from three. Now, mind you, this was his worst three-point shooting year. In the past, he shot 41%, 34%, 36%. So the guy can shoot. He just had a bad year for whatever reason this year. And he shot 45% from the field. You're not going to get it. But
you got
I was going to say, you lost me.
Yeah.
Rudy Jackson?
All right, hold on. Let me put it up.
Good one, Ron. I'm cool.
I had to remember that you said the 24 points because I was going to say Russell Westbrook until you said that. So
yeah.
That's what threw me off.
And then you said his shooting, so Russ can never shoot 40. So
yeah. I know. That's that's the thing. Okay. Is this it? I think this is it. I hope this is it. Yep, that's it. And it's not that name. I don't know. It's saved that way, but it's not that name. Hold on, it's just loading up. There we go.
Who, DeRozan?
Ew.
Whoa, that's a lot of stuff to give. Hey.
Don't worry, Danny. That's another Danny Ainge fleecer right there. I don't think. I don't think Presti's gonna only want 2 picks for that. So.
Yeah. So this is the thing. Like, granted, I'm throwing this out there as this. He might want something more. And those protected picks, I'm giving him back the same picks he gave us. I think that if the Knicks are trying to look at a player that they can bring in that's dynamic and transitional, like Shai Gilgeous-Alexander is the kid I would go after. This kid is a bucket. We know that he's a flamethrower. He can get it, and he's a good defender. He's got good size. I think we should stop playing around looking at these guys, Donovan Mitchell and these other dudes that might pop up. When you got a young guy who would love to play with RJ, they have a great camaraderie already. He's a bucket getter. He would fit right into this Knicks team. First off, you're giving up Julius Randle. Contract-wise, that helps some of the money. And Julius is going to be a good player for OKC. Whether or not he's still fairly young, whether or not they're in love with the idea, I don't know. But I'd still try to propose it. You're giving them Emmanuel Quickly, who can fit in with the team. He's a young player that might grow into something special. Cam Reddish is the wild card, but Cam Reddish is uber talented. He could do some real special things for them and gives them length. Right now, you don't have to worry about paying him. You can keep him on his cheap contract until next year. Then you might have to give him the bag. And we'll give them 2 first-round picks at least. We may have to give them 3. I know you guys are like, well, damn, it's like Julius is nothing. Listen, this is how the NBA is working right now. Julius is not, especially for a team that's trying to rebuild, you don't necessarily want to take on a guy who's 27 years old, a guy who is coming from a team that was in a better position than OKC. You got to deal with all of that, and you might have to deal with the headache and the baggage. We don't know what Julius would be for you. So we'll give you all that. We'll give you these guys. We'll give you 2 or 3 picks, maybe even throw in a second and make it work for a young budding talent that would help the Knicks. What do you guys think about that? Like I said, I didn't throw in the other possible picks we might have to give, but you have to give up something. Like Julius's value is not as sexy as it was before, even though you know he's going to get you certain amounts of numbers. What do you think about that? I'll start from bottom to the top. Don Pete.
Yeah, so SGA was definitely on my radar. It was SGA, DeJounte Murray, and what's his name? I'm sorry, it was my other phone. Yeah, SGA, DeJounte Murray, and D'Lo. I'm not doing that only because the thing is, I think Jalen Brunson is on our team right now, and I feel like with Shai, what is his name? I can't really say his name, but Shai Gilgeous. Mm-hmm. With him on our squad, I don't see how that's gonna work without him being like a primary ball handler at our point guard position. Now that we got Jalen Brunson, like I wouldn't do it, and I'm especially not trading away Cam Reddish. And it's not that Cam Reddish is not untouchable. I just want to see what we got in him. So if we do trade him, he could get us some good stuff in return. Because right now we really don't know what he is. All we doing is speculating.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Sam, what do you think?
Honestly, I don't know how inclined OKC would be to do this because of the simple fact, didn't they also just draft, this is a good thing to know, didn't they draft like 2 or 3 forwards this past draft, top like 34? And that's not even including Chet. So they've got forwards. I don't know if they really will want to pay Julius when they have young guys that they want to develop. We see that's kind of the way that they're going. So unless they wanted to flip Julius after getting that, which is the hopes that he actually returns to himself during the season, I don't know how they would do that. And I don't think that you necessarily would have to include IQ. You would just have to give them more picks. And knowing OKC, they're going to want unprotected picks, which is what makes it kind of like a Utah scenario where it's like, I don't really want to give up my unprotected picks, like 2 or 3 of them for years to come. So I don't know. You're kind of gambling a lot there.
Mm-hmm. Hey Ron, can I flip Julius Randle for Jalen Brunson? Can I trade him?
Nah, Jalen ain't going nowhere, brother.
All right. Too much to get him.
Yeah. Danny, what you think?
I don't like seeing too much of Shai Gilgeous too often. What is his position really? Is it 3?
No, he's a point guard, maybe 2 in between. Like he can play both, but he's the ball handler.
And he's 6'5", man. I think he's like 6'5", 6'6".
And he's got a long wingspan. He's just a bucket.
Long wingspan. Athletic.
How much is he making?
30 mil starting this year.
Wow, 30 million.
He's already been extended. I mean, he's already been offered.
I guess I give it a shot. I don't know if that we're giving up too much for that though. You think that's a little too much? D, what do you think? That's a little too much, right?
I wouldn't even entertain this.
Me neither.
Because Shai doesn't fix the things that are needed on this roster to build around Brunson. And I'm going to keep on saying that. They are building around Brunson. I think there's enough evidence out there to prove that. So I need perimeter defenders that can stretch the floor and help him out, especially if you're looking for a talent like this. They're going to have to be able to help him in order to initiate the offense, break down the defense, get their own shots, set up other guys and stuff like that too. So Shai's big thing is that Shai don't play defense.
You say he don't play defense?
Really? I think Shai's pretty good defender.
Okay, I'm just saying that for me watching him play and the stats, they match up for what I've seen and what the stats are. He's at the bottom of the league in a lot of defensive categories.
Oh, wow.
So, and Keith Turner brought it up in the chat, so shout out to Keith. He can't stay healthy.
That is true.
And so rookie season, he played all 82. Then in games, the next season he played 70, then 35, and this year 56. No thank you.
Pass. So we take a pass on him.
And I'm giving up these first round picks that I desperately need to build for the next 3 or 4 years. Nah, bro.
Forget it.
I'm telling you, that's like a Jonte Murray type trade.
Sorry, Ron.
And we're not
No,
there.
I mean, listen, I'm throwing it out there because it's a talking point. And so you know, the reason why I considered Shea and the reason why I put him out there is because this is my feeling in regards to if RJ don't pan out, I move off of RJ and I keep Shea. That was my thought process.
And just to show improve on his defensive stats, so this past season, defensive points per possession. So that's when he was playing defense, right, on the court. Teams were plus 3.6 with him on the court. Effective field goal percentage, they were plus 1.1, and he wasn't causing any turnovers, and it's been like that throughout his whole career.
I hear you. And the only reason why I considered Shea outside of that, as far as the defensive end, I thought he played pretty good defense, is because I've seen him play pretty good defense on spurts in different situations. But I also know that you're right. Overall, that may be it's a skewed thing. But OKC is not a great defensive team either, and they win a lot of games without Lou Dort's presence out there. Lou Dort makes up for a lot of that. Maybe that's what kind of skewed it too for me. But I understand. But that my feeling was, like I said, it's a show improved year for RJ. You bring in a guy like Shea, and if it's not going to work out with RJ. I honestly, I kind of feel more inclined to pay Shea than to pay RJ if it doesn't work out. Now, if RJ was to have a stellar season, then I'm paying RJ the money, and I would move off of Shea, or if it doesn't work out. Of course, it's also you're trading to have to trade again, but people will pay for Shea.
Right. I like your start, Ron. You a cold dude, man.
Hey, man, I'm starting to be in the business mind. Like I moved on from my whole. I love these Knicks. I'm tied to these Knicks. Now I'm like, I like these Knicks. Now that we're getting.
Yeah, right. Everybody put out their business hat.
Yeah. Now I'm like, okay, let's think about the business side of it. Okay, but
you brought up something interesting, Ron. That if I had to choose between RJ not performing the way he should and getting Shea, if I had to choose between, I would definitely take Shea because of his offensive problems.
Right. That's the way I'm looking at it now. Just like if you put us in a position where if RJ balls out, we keep RJ, we can flip Shea. If RJ don't ball out, then we have to say, I'm sorry, RJ, you're still one of my favorite Knicks players, but you gotta go. I'm a rock with Shea. Because at least I know Shea is a bucket getter, averaging 24.5 points. The dude scores. I mean,
24 a game?
Games. So he was scoring 30, 40. Like Shea gets buckets.
That's good.
Yeah, to me, he's if we didn't get DeJounte Murray, I would have been just as happy if we got Shea. Shea is not as good as a defender as DeJounte Murray.
Yeah, not even close.
I think he's a good defender though. At the point, at the position, at the point of attack.
My feeling behind it is because what D brought up, the actual defensive stats, those are true. Like you can't fault, what it actually looks like. My whole thing is I thought that if you bring Shea here with Tom Thibodeau and with better defensive pieces around him, because I think OKC they did the poor in defense. I think he would do better. I think he can learn to be better. But it's a good point though.
Yeah. And his shooting's a little bit of a concern too, where, last year was the only year that he really shot like consistently well for the corner and everything else in non-corners, but he only played 35 games that year. You see, so that's a little skewed. Where I've seen games where you've played 70 here, 56, and the numbers don't look quite the same.
Right.
So and if anything, if you learned about watching Dallas with Jalen, is that you need to surround him around guys that can spread the floor and guys that can perimeter defend at a high level.
Right. But I will say 36% from 3-point range, in the season where he played 73 games and 34% from three when he played 70. Like 34% to me, I think that's a decent number for a guy shooting threes. It's not the greatest. Like he's not a 3-point shooter, but he's a guy that he'll take some threes, he'll hit them. That's fine. But he shot 47% from the field in both those years, and he shot. I don't want to bring up the 35 game season as much because that's kind of skewed 35 games, but he shot 47% both those years. So he's a good shooter from the field. He gets to the rack easy. Like that's his game. Yeah. So I think from that side of it, I was comfortable with it. It's not like who's a good reverse person who we know gets to the lane and can score from the paint. De'Aaron Fox. De'Aaron Fox can get into the lane, get into the paint whenever he wants. He's a high-level scorer when he gets there. But from three, he shoots like 20-something%. It's like that don't work.
Yeah. No, yeah. I hear you. And like I said, he's definitely, he can put the ball in the basket like you stated, and he could do it in a variety of ways as well. But I just think, I don't know, I just feel like there's a better crop out there.
Right. No, I hear you.
Give up a package like that. Yeah.
How old is Shai?
Oh, Shai's young.
Yeah, he's a puppy.
They're both like 23, 20. Him and
he's
RJ
going to turn 24.
Age. Yeah, him and RJ around the same age.
Yo, see the amount of potential Shai has. Whew.
See,
if he's
but now
like in the field with his skill set, the sky's the limit for a player like him.
See, I thought of a guy, like I mentioned it on the show yesterday. So, Ron, you don't mind if I inject Keldon?
Oh no, feel free.
Thank you.
Yeah, that was the only thing I wanted to talk about with that. Go ahead.
Okay, cool. So a guy that I had brought up yesterday I was thinking of that the Knicks can go ahead and take a swing for Keldon Johnson, San Antonio Spurs. And
what was his name?
Keldon Johnson.
Keldon Johnson. What position he played?
He played power forward with the Spurs, but he plays like that power forward, small forward. So if you're not familiar with him, I'll let you know his stats for.
He's another wing, and that's an interesting point too, D. Because I'm being honest with you guys, I think Pop has already indicated, in my opinion, that they're going to go all in on Victor. I believe that the Spurs are tanking because they want Victor in the draft. Teams know how talented he is. Like I said, he's a 7'3" guy who can do everything. So I see Pop's eyes just getting very big for a player like that, and I wouldn't be surprised if they move Keldon. They were already at peace with moving Jonte because they don't want him to be through the struggle. So I can see them doing the same thing with Keldon.
So you're reading my mind, bro. That's exactly where I'm getting at with him. So just to let Don P know the stats and stuff, and the guys that are not too familiar with him. Last year he played 75 games last year. He started 74 of them. He averaged 17 points a game. He shot 76% for the free throw line. Shot 40% from three on 5.5 attempts. Shot 46% for the field on 13.5 attempts. Also grabbed 6 rebounds, 2 assists, and 1.2 turnovers. To get into his shooting a bit, at the rim he's only 62%. That's not really his strength. Short mid he was 41%. Long mid he was 42%. Corner three, listen to this, corner three, he was 49% on the corner three on 95 attempts. So that's very healthy. And he shot 37% from the bend, slots, wings, top of the key. At 300 attempts, he shot 40% from three. He is also a stellar defender. Okay? Stellar. Not good, stellar. And he just happened to be on a really bad San Antonio defensive team. So he didn't really get the highlight, but this kid could defend. He hasn't even turned 23 years old. He'll only be $5 million. I go ahead and give a package like that to get something like that, which is within the timeline of the young core in which you're trying to build and with Jalen Brunson.
How much is he making, D?
5. My bad, I'm lying.
He's on less than that, right?
Yeah. It's 2. I think it's 2 or 3 million or something like that.
Yeah, he might be less than that.
Because he's still on his rookie contract. And let me tell you, I said it yesterday on D's show. I love Keldon Johnson. Don't get me wrong. Listen, my pick of throwing Shai out there in a scenario is only to acquire somebody who is dynamic. And if you're not getting Donovan Mitchell, here's a choice, right? But if you could tell me that you can get Keldon Johnson, I am 100% behind that. I love Keldon Johnson's game, and he was part of the reason. Like I found myself watching some Spurs games last year just to watch DeJounte and Keldon do their thing. I like Keldon Johnson a lot. His game is perfect for the Knicks. He's young. He can do like. I know the numbers don't show it as much because what Dee mentioned as far as his corner three and other things. Like he's a really good perimeter shooter. His defense is fantastic, but I loved how he got into the lane. Like, I'm now that we've gotten Julius and RJ with this whole bully ball thing, Keldon bullies his way into the lane. He gets into the lane and gets after it. I like that type of player.
I'm a fan of that move. I just want to know, like, so what would be the exact package that you guys would be willing to do? Because he's another guy who I think this his last year on the deal, so you're gonna have to pay him after this season. I think this year is an option and it's like $3 million. So after this season, you'd have to pay him. So who are we giving up in a sense? Because he's gonna have to play when he gets here. Because you're gonna have to evaluate him in the with us, and then on top of that, you're gonna have to pay him as well.
Well, great question. If you look at the tank, like we all assumed that San Antonio was doing,
100%.
Right. I would ship Evan. I would give him about 3 first-rounders. I'd give him a couple of seconds. And, well, I don't know about 3 first-rounders. But, I would definitely give him a couple and maybe mix in that Rokas draft and stash somewhere there. And I'd definitely swing on Keldon because Keldon is going to be a player in this league, bro.
If you can get it to where you're not giving up unprotected, like what we see these other teams are doing, like if you can finesse some way and just giving up protected picks for him, then I'd be fine of that, 3 first-rounders that are protected. Like you said, if you want to include that Dallas pick because it's not going to be anything anyway, go ahead and include that and then put Fournier or somebody else in there.
Yeah, but I would have to wet their beak a bit with some unprotecteds because.
No, yeah, you'd have to give them at least one. Yeah. As long as the majority is not unprotected, I don't see it being too much of an issue.
Right, and I don't think they'll be too mad in getting Rokas because just losing DeJounte, they would need a point guard, especially if they're going for like a Victor Wanabe type of guy. So, he fits within their timeline as far as their age as well, and so. And all they have to do is just worry about the Ever contract, and they can do whatever the hell they want with that. They don't got to keep that.
Now, would you give up Cam in a package like that? Because they're essentially, I know Cam can't really play as much for as him, but they're essentially 2 wings, same age,
If I'm getting Keldon, then yeah.
Because I just don't see like San Antonio. Because I think somebody said in the chat that is essentially the best piece they have left now.
So if I'm getting Keldon, he would have to be inserted, of course, because and also too Keldon would completely replace his position, and I think we'll be a lot happier with Keldon, with Cam, especially with Cam's motor issues and his on and off switch and his injury history, where you're bringing in Keldon and he's been durable, so. And he can stretch the floor at a much higher rate, and I think he defends better. So, yeah.
You want to check it with Keldon, man. You want me to trade Cam? I'm gonna have to check that dude out.
Yeah, you gotta look into him, Don P.
Oh no, Keldon's a beast, bro. Keldon will make you forget about Cam very quickly. Not saying that Cam obviously look, I ain't gonna lie to you guys. I'm starting to get a little frustrated with this whole potential stuff, bro, because I still haven't seen it. So I know Cam got all the potential in the world to be everything. I still haven't seen it, so I know what Keldon is. Keldon is a good player. I'm gonna tell you that right now.
I'm gonna have to check that out for sure.
Check him out, bro. Keldon is a bucket. Keldon is I don't want to give him too much credit, like. You know how one of the biggest things about Carmelo Anthony was the guys would say you can't do anything against him. Offensively, he can do everything. And I'm not saying Keldon is Carmelo. I'm just telling you, Keldon can score outside. Keldon can score inside and strong with it. Like Keldon's got a good frame on him. So Keldon will take you inside and get to his spot.
Let me ask you this. What's his measurements? What's his length? Is he 6'4", 6'5"?
He's 6'6". I don't know how long his wingspan is, but he's 6'6".
Yeah, he's 6'6", 220 pounds.
That's like Alonzo G.
Like he's literally a tank, like for his size. If I'm being honest.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to check him out.
Pause on that because I know somebody's gonna get me.
And hold on, could we just 1 second? Anybody guys know any bedtime stories? Can we sing a little something for Danny Landis?
Yeah, Danny's out.
Night
Danny's
over Danny, go to sleep.
Narcoleptic
Yo, Danny,
bro.
Dude, bro.
You know what makes
you don't gotta stay in the panel, brother. You tired? Go to sleep, brother. You contributed.
He still didn't wake up after that. He's
Danny out, B. Danny took us to the bedroom and said night night. All right, Danny. Look, if you want to come back after you get your second win, I'll bring you back in, man.
Man, he takes 20-hour power naps and comes back.
You work like 3 jobs, man. Trying to still make time for the show.
I seen him. He was like in there covered in pillows. I'm like,
yeah, no, you saw his eyes closed. And he didn't say nothing after that. The phone went down with him.
Charles Barkley does. You remember when Charles Barkley did that?
That's cool, Danny. Always good to have you on the show, brother. Appreciate you, man. Just making a little fun. And salute to the chat once again. Salute to JTWE in the building. John Talento is here. Fundamentals. Tatface. Tatface is always working. I appreciate you, brother. Always tuning in when you can, man. I don't know what you do for a living, but I know you always working. So I appreciate you, brother. Yeah, man. So yeah, I think the Keldon Johnson thing. I think he's an interesting player. That I don't know if it's true, if there's any issue there, if the Spurs don't want to rock with the Knicks and do any dealings with us. I hope that's not the case. But if there was one guy I would definitely inquire about, it would be Keldon. Leon, do what you can, man. I don't know if you burned the bridge or something. I don't know, because whatever happened between the Spurs and the Knicks happened under the different regime. Leon wasn't the president of basketball operations. There could be some stuff, there's rumors out there that Leon in his agent days burned some teams in different situations. Right. I know they brought up the fact that he kind of got us with the Andre Bargnani deal. That was Leon's deal. So it is what it is.
So Leon, he giving us enemies. He bringing enemies to the
Mix. Yeah, you never know, man. I don't know what's going on out there.
Just to bring up how
that'd be nice, man. It'd be nice.
Just to bring up how insane that Gobert trade was. I just looked at the actual picks. They're getting an unprotected pick from Minnesota in the 23 draft, 25 draft, 27 draft, and they're getting a swap with the 26 and the top 5 protected in the 29 draft.
Yeah, I know. We were talking about it earlier, dude. I was reading them off. It's crazy.
Yo, Ainge must have kidnapped some kids or something like that.
For a 30-year-old center?
Yeah, that's crazy. And another thing, too, about the bad business thing with the Spurs, listen, ain't nothing like mending back bridges, giving dudes some first-round picks, a draft stash, a second-rounder, and a contract that you could do whatever the hell you want with. So
yeah, true.
That's good stuff. Reality, yeah. I mean, that is the whole thing with Cam. That's why Cam he keeps bubbling on everybody's in our mind. We're like, man, look, this guy could be something special. I mean, these are the type of numbers. Cam Reality said Cam played 49 games in 2021-22, and in 18 games he played where he averaged 25 minutes, 17.1 points, 3.2 rebounds, 1.4 assists, I guess. 44% from the field, 41% from 3, and he ranked last year out of 450 players, 17th in deflections. Cam is a very talented player.
That's good work, right? Good work.
We just haven't seen it all come together. And even when it does come together, he doesn't stay healthy on the court. I just want to see Cam get out there and play maybe 65 to 70 games and see what he can really do, man. But he does need an opportunity. Tibbs would need to find a spot for him. I just want to see him out there, man. Man, Jesus, stressful.
Not just that. Again, Leon gave away a first-round pick for him, so it would behoove Leon to being Tibbs' head. Like, listen, let's at least see what we have in that dude. He needs to start. We got to see him for X amount of minutes. So, if he needs to be traded, then we could trade him. But we're gonna get some good value for him.
Now, my question for Ray is: was those 18 games was when he was acquired by the Knicks? Is it counted that, or is it allocating within the 49?
That's a good question. I'm curious about that too. Ray, let us know if you have that information. If you could let us know what that looks like. Salute to everybody. Thank you guys. Please hit that like button. Show your love for the show. Appreciate you. Definitely thank you for always rocking with us. And I think we should probably talk about one more guy, and then we'll get up out of here. Everybody can enjoy the rest of their Saturday, whatever you're doing. Make some fun out of the time, man. It's beautiful weather. I know it was supposed to be cloudy, possible rain, but it was supposed to clear up. So, enjoy if you're on the East Coast. But so definitely, enjoy what it is, man. Let's see, another player that I think that maybe we should talk about. And this is, I'm actually going to take this. So hopefully when D comes back, this is somebody that I think would fit what we need and what we're trying to do, because he's specific to a certain thing that's a part of his game. And the Knicks, they need guys who can possibly stretch the floor and give us some of this. That's Seth Curry, guys.
Oh, damn you, Ron.
Listen.
You're good.
Yeah, I tell you, man.
Who's been looking at our list?
Seth Curry is a guy that I loved when I found out Brooklyn was picking him up. And really, when you think about it, Brooklyn was, Seth was the throw-in. A really good one at that. Because he gives you something that, is a commodity. Be able to stretch the floor and give you that three-point shooting. What do you think about Seth Curry being a possible option the Knicks can pick up to help stretch the floor? And another replacement type player, if you come off of Fournier and get rid of that contract and move him, he can definitely fit right in and give you some of that three-point shooting. What do you think about him, D?
Ron, you're getting good, bro. You're getting good. These are definitely great targets that you're going. I got them on my list right here, ready to talk about the ball, because Brooklyn needs picks. So no problem. We'll give you Evan. We'll give you random.
Hey, you want the Dallas pick? Since it looks like you want first-round picks for teams. So,
You want some protected picks? They got plenty. So they got the second rounders. You still got Rokas' drafting staff, which I'm waving that out there. If he can't come next year, I got to worry about right now. And I got to worry about assembling this team correctly around Brunson. I don't have time. If Rokas doesn't want to come, that's fine. That's okay. That's your choice. At the time, it's a good choice. But seeing what things that happen, I would tell him to reconsider, because there's a good chance he could be the backup. So, but if he's not down with that, you can ship all that, and then you give me Seth Curry for $6-7 million, averaging 15, 3 or 4, 5 assists, plays good defense, right? He's not the best defender, but he gives effort out there and he can contain the ball. So, yeah, that's a no-brainer.
Yeah, I like the Seth Curry acquisition as well. I mean, of course, the other people that we talked about, I'd kind of rank them in order. I would go that route first. I'd go down the list and then get myself to Seth Curry. If he's there after all those guys don't work out, okay, I'm going there. That works. What do you think about Seth Curry, Sam?
I wouldn't be opposed to the move. It just would be, you have to get off somebody, obviously, in my opinion. So who's the candidate? Are you moving Rose? Are you moving Fournier? Somebody's got to go, because he's going to be commanding at least $10 million a year. On top of that, he's definitely a sniper. We know that, obviously. Like D said, he's a willing defender. He's not a good defender, but he will give you better effort than Mr. Finger Pointer out there that we currently have. So, he is one of the worst defenders, yes, but it's not as bad as the one we have on the team currently. But you have to, take into account what he does on the offensive end of the court. So, if you can get that for around, like I said, $10 million a year, I think that's a steal. I wouldn't give him more than probably a 2-3 year contract, but yeah.
Yeah. I agree with you. Yeah. You would have to come off of Fournier. It only makes sense. Plus, I mean, honestly, I don't know how you guys feel about the current state of the Knicks roster and what we got going on, but Fournier makes much more sense coming off the bench for the Knicks. But how can you bring a guy who's making 18 plus million coming off the bench? For the Knicks, it doesn't. See, we don't have that luxury. You could send Fournier to a championship contender, and they have no problem bringing him off the bench because it fits. Like, we've got better players, better personnel. We are this type of team. You're coming off the bench. I know you're making some good money, but we're okay with that. The Knicks, it's a different situation. It'll be looked at differently. It'll be looked at wrong. He's tying up a lot of your cap, and you got him coming off. It's just a whole nother story. But that's why I don't know if he can still remain on this team, because as he doesn't fit as a starter. And then you also have to think about the liability of how that bench unit is going to move. How does he fit in with the bench unit? For the Knicks specifically, someone else, he may work out better. What do you think, Don P?
Honestly, it's tough for me because I like Seth Curry. I don't have anything negative to say about him besides his defense, but that's not really a big issue. Just for what he does, I like what we have in Quickly. I'm not saying that Quickly is as good as Seth Curry right now, but I think that moving forward, Quickly is gonna project to be way better than what he is. I think Quickly is one of those dudes who's gonna make that jump. So I don't think there's any need for us to trade away any, I would say, quote unquote, assets for a player like Seth Curry, per se.
I hear you. But keep in mind, you'd still, what Quickly's giving you is what Quickly's giving you. You would not be worrying about him so much. You would have to move off of Fournier because you'd be getting similar type of production in that same realm of what they both do for less money. It would be Seth Curry instead of someone like a Fournier.
I'm sorry, is Seth Curry a 2 or 1, or is he
He's a 2.
Oh, I'm tripping. I thought he was more of like a combo. I thought he goes from 1
I
to
mean,
2.
He's not you wouldn't trust him to handle, if we're being honest.
Yeah, he's not really a point guard. Yeah.
Yeah, I would just keep. I don't know. I mean, Fournier. I'm not a big fan of Fournier, but I feel like he's necessary for our team, at least coming off the bench. You know what I mean? So I'm not really opposed to somebody like Fournier. Do y'all think that Seth Curry is as good as a shooter as Fournier?
He can. Well, let me take a look at his numbers real quick. And then Rayology did respond to D's question that he asked, and he said this is in regards to Cam's stats that we were talking, that he had put up there, that we highlighted. It's within the 49 games he played with the entire season between Atlanta and New York, especially his highlight versus the Los Angeles Clippers. Okay, cool. Appreciate that. And let me see what Seth Curry's numbers.
I want to say he shot 45% from. It was something like absurd, like last year. I don't know. It was something crazy last year. I think it 45% from 3.
Yeah, he shot 46%, almost 47% from 3. And he averaged 6.5 attempts.
He's not
per
that
game.
tall. He's undersized for his position.
Oh, I don't know. I mean, both him and Fournier seem like the same type of player, then. But Fournier is taller.
Who are these two? That's what.
He shot
Seth Curry.
Seth Curry. Yeah, Seth Curry. So he shot 46 percent from the 3, almost 47. He shot 49% from the field, and he shot 85% from the free throw line.
Yeah, and he's a willing defender, and he could put the ball on the floor.
So I guess
and he's $6 million, $7 million.
I guess you would look at it like this, right? If you do a move like that, you're getting off of Fournier, you're starting Grimes, you're understanding that Curry, he has absolutely no issues coming off the bench. He's a solid shooter, like we're saying, a sniper. You know, he's a willing defender. So if you're wanting to save money and you also want to start Grimes next year, that's a move that you can make.
Yeah, if y'all put it that way, I would be down for that.
And let me be fair. I want to be fair because his stats are a little tricky. I was reading just one part of it. His overall stats is he shot 42% from three, 48% from the field, and 87% from the free throw line. The reason why I'm telling you this is because he split time. Remember, he was with Philadelphia. I didn't take into account his Philadelphia
Philly and
stats.
Brooklyn, right?
Yeah, he was with Philly and Brooklyn. So when you put them together, that's his overall numbers. But that's still, I mean, 42%. From three.
I just don't know where some of these guys get these stats from, because Seth Curry has pretty good defensive numbers on and off throughout his career. So I don't know how he's one of the worst defenders in the league. I don't get that.
Yeah, I would take Seth Curry. I mean, if y'all put it that way.
I was just comparing them to, like, because I think somebody said that, and I was like, he's still better than Mr. Finger Pointer we have on the team. So I'll take him over that. Yeah, I'll take him over that any day. I'm just saying. So
even if they both were equally bad defenders, I would still take Seth because he's more versatile,
right,
and cheaper.
And he's at least gonna approach the guy instead of pointing out the switch instead of guarding him.
Right.
I ain't gotta come for Fournier like that,
man. Hey, man, Fournier is who he is, bro.
Hey, Donovan, I'm trolling, but you know what I mean.
And shout out to my guy Tatface once again. Thank you for putting that in the chat. I appreciate you letting me know what you do. You didn't have to, but yeah, man, good for you, bro. Keep doing what you're doing. I'm sorry to hear the unfortunate news that your wife passed away and that you're a single father raising your daughter. But salute to you, brother. Happy Father's Day every day for you, man. Stepping up and doing what you got to do. I mean, that's commendable, brother. I know that's not easy, man. But thank you for sharing that.
Wow.
Hey, wait a minute. Seth Curry's only 6'1", 6'2".
What'd you say, Don P?
So Seth Curry's only 6'1".
He's 6'2". Yeah, he's 6'2".
Yeah.
And he plays the two.
Yeah.
Oh, wow. Or can play the one. You know, he can initiate the offense.
I was just saying, because Don P was asking earlier, and I was like, I wouldn't make him a primary ball handler, but it's not like he has no handles at all. Like, he can dribble a little bit.
Yeah, he's like a combo guard, bro.
Oh, man, we got a lot of players on that team already.
I'm sorry to hear
that. Yeah. He's just the play. Like his obviously his name is solidified, but he's a player that he keep his 3-point shooting. He's a really good shooter. I mean, it keeps him in the league.
Well, see, here's the thing though, Ron. I always mention this particular team, the Raptors, because of their length and how intimidated they are for a lot of teams. It seems as though like we might go in the opposite direction of the Raptors. Like a lot of our players is undersized. Jalen Brunson is undersized. RJ Barrett at the 3, I think he's kind of undersized for that position. A lot of the guys we talking about playing at our 2, they seem like they're undersized. Obi Toppin is undersized for the 4, but he makes up for it with his athleticism. Only person who's legit at his position is Mitch. That's the only person who seems like he's legit at his position.
Well, you could. I guess you could kind of say Randall's legit, like for his size.
Yeah, you can kind of see that too. I mean, he's 6'8", but he's strong as an odd. So I wouldn't even count Randall as undersized. But are we okay with that? Is it like size? Does that pause people? But does size matter? Does size not matter when it comes to his length?
Well, keep in mind. Once again, this is to help fill out the roster, and 2, you look at Seth Curry. I think for us, he's like a specialist. Who's someone who can stretch the floor, give us that 3-point shooting that we need to have on the team. And you use him rotationally. Like he's not going to be your starter. He comes off the bench, and then that works out better for us having a guy like him come off the bench than trying to put Fournier, who's making 18+ million. To be a part of your bench. I think just it's more of a
that's why I say, Ron,
it just makes more sense.
That's what I'm saying, Ron. If you do that, at least he's coming with the understanding. He's like, I have no problem being off the bench. We still really don't know for sure if Fournier is like, oh yeah, I'm gonna take the role on the bench. Nobody really knows. I wouldn't want to if I was him making nearly $20 million a year.
He ain't got no
choice. Might not have a choice, right? Might not have a choice. So I mean, because I'm in favor of starting Grimes. That's just me personally. I know a lot of people would agree with that. I'd rather start Grimes with him, and then you can argue and put Fournier's minutes however you want it, but I would rather see Grimes out there starting.
You know, and it was interesting. You know, I think it was Ron that brought up earlier about Grimes' trainer talking about how they're trying to expand his game. And you saw, like, and it's funny because I remember saying on the shows yesterday, like, I think he's jacking so many threes because I think he's being told to do that within the offensive construct, right? Because there was plays where you'll see him run through the curl and the pin down. And, I mean, these pocket passes were right on point, bro. And there was nobody else that could throw him on the team quite precisely like he did. So it led me to the notion that he could expand his game, and I'm very glad to hear he's doing it. So my point is, if he is expanding his game, and he does show more this year, and he's able to be a two-way player, shooting around 38, 39%, being able to put the ball on the floor and make some plays for people at the cheap price of where he's at. So what he's at, still 3 more years of his rookie contract, that could be a steal, bro.
I mean, say what you will. Certain skills, even if you're not able to expand upon it when you're in a certain role, can benefit you. Kristaps Porzingis playing point guard for most of his young academic life, and then he grew and shot up. So now he can no longer play point guard, but still he learned how to handle the ball well. He learned how to get to the rim and do certain things that benefits his overall game. That's why he got the label the unicorn, because of all the different things he can do. Quentin Grimes grew up, you know, being a point guard, his young athletic career. And then obviously as, you know, he suffered an injury, his game changed a little bit, and then he really focused on his shooting. And then he became more of a shooting guard who could really knock down the three. So yeah, these things happen, but you don't forget some of the stuff that you worked on that helped you throughout, you know, your basketball career, learning how to play ball. So yeah, I would love to see Grimes expand his role and be able to do more. I also would love for Grimes, like I can't tell you how much I want some of these Knicks players to be able to start knocking down that midi. Knock down that midi. Don't always force a 3-point shot. Give me 2, because you know what? 2 is points. I'd rather you give me 2 than no threes. Like, it's one thing to be, you know, knocking down threes when you're hot and things are flowing, but when you jacking up, we've seen the Knicks this past year, they jacked up a lot of threes and then they weren't always successful. We shot well as a team, you know what I mean? But we've seen games where guys didn't have it and they were just still pulling. I'd rather you just go into the lane a little bit, shoot a 20-footer, 18-footer, something like that. Give me the 2 points. We need points.
You know what? RJ Barrett, he said something about that. He was like, you know, when you look at the playoffs, a lot of people who has like that in-between game, shooting the mid-range, those are the people who excels. And he said that that's something that he's going to work on more than anything, is that in-between game and his free throw shooting. So yeah, you're right about that, man. A lot of schemes is all about either you shoot at the 3 or you take it to the paint. But I mean, you see how DeMar DeRozan, you see how he's excelling, because he's one of the very few who still got that mid-range game popping.
Right. I mean, that's how it is, man. That's why RJ wants to train with DeRozan. At least he wanted to train with him this summer to see if he could work on that mid-range game, because DeRozan's, you give him credit for his shot, but DeRozan's footwork too, the way he sets up people to get his shot off, he's a skilled craftsman when it comes to that, and that helps. Even you want to look at, and this is the last thing I want to say about this before I get to the super chat, Dwayne Wade. You know, we knew what Dwayne Wade was coming in out of Marquette. He was a pretty good, you know, skilled player, some athleticism, but he did not have that mid-range jumper the way he cultivated and worked on it. That mid-range became lights out. And guess what? It made him deadly, because if you don't let him go to the lane, he's going to shoot you with that midi, and it was almost automatic. And when you pressed up on that midi, he gets to the lane, he'll dunk on you. So that midi is important, man. It's important.
Shout out to the Golden Eagles, by the way.
There you go. There you go. Salute to my guy, Knicks for Life. Appreciate the super chat. Thank you for your generosity. Would you trade Fournier for Josh Hart? What do you guys think about that? And let me tell you something. while you're thinking about it, let me do this. Josh Hart last year with the New Orleans Pelicans and the Portland Trailblazers. He finished. He shot. He had averaged 14.9. I'm just gonna say 15 points, 7.2 rebounds, 6'5". Josh Hart, 7.2 rebounds in the NBA, 4.1 assists. He shot 50% from the field, 34%. I'm sorry. Wait. No, it doesn't show here. Let me go down. Let me scroll down. Give me a second, guys. He shot 37% from three with Portland, and he shot 32% early in the season with New Orleans. And he shot, I would say, 77 from Portland, 75 from New Orleans. So 76% from the free throw line.
I think I would have to take him if I'm being honest, but I don't think Portland would do it.
And not to mention, I think we all know that Josh Hart is a pretty willing defender as well.
Yeah.
He's a pit bull. He hustles and muscles. 11-12. He's still on it. I can see the extension of the term of the contract being the same kind of as far as time.
But you know what you'd have to do though, D and Ron and Donovan, if you do that, you need to replace Fournier with a shooter. So like the Steph Curry option would have to happen. If you're going to give up your best shooter on the team, you need to be replacing him with somebody.
I like where Chuck's brain is. I would just try to go through some other avenues first before I land there. Because he shot well with Portland last year.
All his numbers.
He's pretty inconsistent throughout his career. And he is a willing defender. He's a pit bull. I think New York will like him, but I would go some other avenues first before him.
The one thing that I do, I would like see. I'd like Josh Hart in addition to someone else, like what you said, Sam. Like if we could get Seth Curry and Josh Hart, I would like that. Of course, we'd have to come off of not just Fournier because we need. Right now, we got 15 guys on the team, so we would make room, and not all these guys are going to play. But the one thing I like about Josh Hart is when your team is dealing with injuries and you have some issues where you're missing players, Josh Hart can step up and take control. Like you can give him the ball and give his usage numbers a boost, and he'll be productive. And I like that because some of these guys in the team, if we get injured and they're not, our starters are hurt or whatever, and you're looking for buckets from somebody, you might not know if you can get it because these guys are not used to being in those roles. Josh Hart, plug him right in. He'll get you buckets.
Right.
Yeah, that's one thing I do like about him. So, yeah, that's where we're at, folks.
How about signing Michael Beasley for the veterans minimum?
Michael Beasley, the lefty, or you talk about the Timberwolves, Michael Beasley?
Remember, Ron? He's with the Jazz now. Remember?
Oh yeah, Beasley's with the Jazz now. He went in the blockbuster trade. So Beasley's up out of there.
He's shipped off now. They sent him and Pat Bev to purgatory, Donkey.
Yeah, Pat Bev must be sick right now.
Pat Bev was like, he said something like, "Thank you for everything you guys did, and I can't wait to go bring another team to the playoffs." So like that, he said, "I'm like,
nice joke."
Yeah, you better pass that to
Pat
the left.
Bev is wild, bro.
But
He's wild.
Let me highlight a guy that Pete brought up that is on my list, and I thought he wouldn't be my top priority, but if all else fails, it's something to look at, and I wouldn't have to pay much. Josh Jackson from Sacramento.
Josh Jackson. Okay. Yeah. Let's talk about him a little bit before we get out of here, because I'm interested to see what you think about Josh Jackson. And this is interesting because what you're doing right now is selling me, because I'm not going to lie to you.
It's going to take a lot.
I'm not a big Josh Jackson guy. Even when he got drafted, I wasn't in love with him. Yeah. But let's see what you got. Let's talk about him.
Yeah, sure. So, 6'8" kid. I think he's got I think he's a 7'1" wingspan. Everybody knows number 4 pick, didn't quite pan out. I think he could be considered a bust to that degree. but that doesn't mean that he can't be serviceable. And I had him on the list, and he's a little bit lower on the list for me.
Mm-hmm.
But a consideration that would be cheap because he plays defense, and we need some more depth at that 3.
Mm-hmm.
So I was considering, if Cam's out or something of that nature, Josh would be a very nice, serviceable third string type of guy to come off and really, help out and bring stability to the defensive side as far as his perimeter defense is concerned. And also, too, I thought that he had some what's the word I'm looking for? He has some upside in him being a 3-and-D threat. So he hasn't shot well throughout his career, right? But he had seasons where he did shoot 36% from the corner, where he shot 34% from 3 and stuff of that nature. So I thought maybe if he just primarily knows that's what he's doing, there could be some upside in that. But I don't really lose anything in doing it because he's only making $5 million now, I think, or last year. So what do I pay him? $2 or $3 million for being a third stringer, a guy to come in just in case somebody gets injured, doesn't lose anything on the defensive end. You still be able to run up and down with him. And if he can get his 3-point shot up to about 33, 34, 35%, especially for the corner, I feel like it could be very serviceable for cheap.
Okay. Anybody else with some thoughts on Josh Jackson? If you're familiar with him, how do you think that might fit?
Yeah.
And I understand where you're going with it as far as the defensive end. He's a good player. You could plug and play.
Yeah, I would say this. I was quite surprised when he didn't pan out how we all thought, how most of us thought he would pan out in the league, how you're supposed to. He had comparisons to Michael Jordan at one point because of his tenacity, because of his athleticism,
right,
because of everything that he was capable of, his length, everything, his wingspan, all that. It was just like this. The dude was supposed to be the second coming. But for everything that D said, I agree with him. That's such a low risk, high reward move right there. You can't miss with that. Like, and we need depth at the 3. Yeah, I'm cool with that. I would definitely, out of everybody I named, I'm most excited about picking up somebody like Josh Jackson. How old is he?
25.
Only 25? Yeah. Oh, yeah. I would be excited about picking that dude up. Only for $5 million? With that athleticism and that defense, you can't beat it.
Not for that price, no way.
Mm-mm.
What do you think, Sam?
I mean, I'm not opposed to it. Like I said, he would be more of a depth guy for me. If you bring him in, like, you just expect him to do his job when his number's called. But for the price, it's not bad. $5 million after this season. If you don't like what you see, he's gone. He's off your hands. So, I mean, maybe for a second rounder, like a D Rose type move, get him for a second rounder. See what happens.
I believe he's a free agent.
Oh, he's a free agent.
Yep.
Okay. Yeah, well, if that's the case, bring him in for like what are we talking, like 3?
For peanuts.
Yeah, what are we talking, like $3 million a year, second year team option, something like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, if that's the case, when you're looking at a fit and how you want to round out the rest of your roster, he's a nice depth piece to have. And, you start to appreciate depth pieces more when you look at the Phoenix Suns, especially when you look at what Dallas did in the playoffs with guys like Frank Ntilikina, listen, you buy into a defensive principle. You want to have guys who can come in and keep the ball moving on the defensive end as far as what you're trying to do. And it worked out for Dallas. So I don't mind having a guy like you can plug and play. There's going to be situations where, the Knicks need their offensive players out there on the court, but there's also going to be situations where you need to kind of clamp down on defense, and maybe a situation isn't working. Maybe the Knicks retain Fournier, for example. We still have him on this team. And maybe the team that the team that's on the court has Fournier, and we're getting cooked on the opposite end, and maybe Fournier's shot's not falling. That's a point where you can bring in a Josh Jackson and have him kind of try to steady the ship, get the game back in a favorable position where the Knicks can make a different move and go from there. That's why those players are helpful to have. And in that case, then I'm okay with the D. because I don't necessarily like Josh Jackson's game. I don't, love that part of it, especially his offensive side. But defensively, he's solid, and I can see how the Knicks need, those type of pieces to round out the roster. So I like that side of it. Yeah.
Yeah. And I think it's very important that you round out your roster in that type of way. Like if those guys are going to be like your 11, 12, 13, 14 guys on the roster, you want that versatility like that and that youth like that, because you never know what can happen. If this guy has to go ahead and play the next 10 games playing 20, 25 minutes a night, you want to be able to do that, especially for a cheap price.
Yeah, I wouldn't be opposed to that for the cheap. I don't think that would be a bad move at all. If he's rounding out the end of your rotation, bring him in, and he knows what his role is. If he pops, then it's even better for you.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if he flourishes in New York. Honestly, I wouldn't be surprised. It has happened to quite a few players that didn't really pan out on other teams, and then bounced over here, and then they flourish. Shout outs to Jeremy Lin.
Right. And let me tell you, out of all the guys we named with all the upside and the different things that look sexy about them that will work for our team, Josh Jackson is more of a guy like I could see Tibbs getting that done. Like I could see him signing off on. Yeah, bring him in to round out the roster. I could see that happening.
It's the more realistic move because it can actually happen.
But right before we go, I just wanted to bring a highlight to one more guy. And really, this is from my guy, John, because he brought it up. And I think he also mentioned it on D's show, too, yesterday. We talked about it in the past. Caleb Martin.
Very good call, John.
Caleb Martin is a player that I think the Knicks also should look at. He's a nice round the roster out type of piece. And even if you decide to bring in both brothers and put them together, they both add something that can help round out your roster, and you don't have to pay a bunch of money for either one of them. That's just if you need to do that. But I would definitely. Caleb is somebody I'd look at.
So did Miami really not make him an offer yet?
Well, that's the thing. We don't know what Miami's trying to do, but Miami is definitely trying to change the direction of how their team has looked, because they were close and they felt really good about it. But then as we saw, as the season went along, you got to see, especially in the playoffs, what they're missing. And the fact that Jimmy Butler had to really take over that team and give them like astronomical type performances to get them through shows that you're still missing something. And now one guy that I want to tell you, shout out once again to RJ Barrett, because he's taken a lot of flack. And I think the NBA and fans have been really unfair when they look at these players. That's why I don't care about these lists. Tyler Hero, for everything that Tyler Hero has been, brought up about, and how they keep everybody's like, I'll take Tyler Hero over RJ Barrett any day of the week. Tyler Hero did not show up in the playoffs. Tyler Hero struggled.
Much people say that.
Struggled. You know what I mean?
Wasn't he injured though?
No, but even prior to him being injured, when he was healthy, he struggled. Because I was following, shout out to FanDuel. Anyway, he hurt me.
I bet he did.
So he struggled. So that's all I got to say. I think they're ready to move on from him. I think Tyler Hero's got a little something going on personally. He's a guy who likes the fame, likes the flash. He lives his life that way in Miami, and good for him. Nothing wrong with it. But I think he's also kind of been dealing with some tabloid stuff. He's been in the mix a little bit for what he's got going on, and that's not good. That's got to weigh on you mentally, and it takes you out of your focus on basketball when you're on social media and people are talking about your personal life. So, maybe he needs to change the scenery.
Listen, if you can snag Caleb Martin, go ahead and do that. The guy literally made $500K last year. I don't think money would be an issue there. It's just more so you gonna bring him in or not. Go ahead and hit Pat Riley with a quick jab to the face with that one. And get out of there.
Yeah.
And another thing about Caleb too. Now his brother is a better defender, but that doesn't mean that Caleb's a bad defender. Caleb is a willing defender, but I mean something I just can't ignore, and he'll be so cheap. He made 73 threes in the corner last year for 41%.
Yeah. And
from non-corner, on 67 attempts, he was at 43%. He shot lights out last year, man. I don't know what happened there because the year before it wasn't looking nothing like that. He was in 20s. He was at 27%.
He was a G leaguer before Miami brought him up.
You know
Remember
what?
they had to vie for him to get on the roster because he knew a couple.
Once
of
again, I'm sorry, Sam. I didn't mean to cut you off. I was just saying once again, shout out to Miami Heat and their development crew and their offensive situation they got going on. Their schemes, they make these guys look good, man. They brought in the other guys from the G League that came and lit it up for Miami all throughout the year. They have something cooking over there where they know how to plug and play. So yeah,
of course, and he shot 70% at the rim on 168 attempts. So I'm saying I get him for $2 million, a 2 year with a second year option. It's beautiful.
I like it.
I'm just saying that's what him and Josh Jackson for Taj money.
Yeah. Now that's what you took the words right out of my mouth. Sam. Him and Josh Jackson to round out the roster. I'm okay with that. If nothing else pans out, that is a nice two, like the last two players on your roster. Of course, we have to come off two people. The easiest one would be Taj, and then there's another roster spot we'd have to figure out how to eliminate.
Right. And then you got to figure out, with Sims, with his situation, what's going on with that. We still don't really know as far as his contract situation moving forward. And they're probably going to two-way Keels. I don't see him, being on the team. I feel like they're going to two-way him, kind of do like a McBride Sims thing last season.
Yeah. Unless he has a stellar summer league.
Which is very possible.
Right. It's possible. But if he has a stellar summer league, I got to tell you, the odd man out in that is probably Deuce.
But I need him to have a very stellar summer league because I have PTSD from the light-skinned Kevin Durant for 2 games before Zion Williamson took his soul. Kevin.
Yeah. So we'll see. I hope Deuce has a great summer league. I hope it's Keels season. So I hope they both ball out. It's good. It's going to be good for the Knicks, that competition level, and
I think Deuce is getting a raw deal, y'all. I think Deuce is really getting a raw deal. I mean, he's performing. He's producing in the G League. I mean, like you can't ask for any more than that.
When we see him out on the court, though, he looks scared, bro.
A little bit, and you can't be scared when when you're in the NBA, but you can't be scared under Tom Thibodeau. Tom Thibodeau eats you up. If he doesn't see that you're ready to handle what he's asking of you, and even if you're not necessarily listening to him all the time, we see that with Quickly. Sometimes Quickly don't listen to Tibbs, or Quickly does something Tibbs don't like. But Quickly's a bulldog; he don't care. And Tibbs was like, hey, I think he respects it to a certain extent.
Right.
Yeah. Well. I mean, listen, guys, there's plenty of more that, I have a couple more names that I could bring up, but I think that's good for today's show. We hit that 4-hour mark. We were rocking you.
Crazy.
I appreciate y'all rocking with us, and the chat was buzzing today. Chat was lit. I appreciate y'all so much. I mean, at one point we had 200 people in here. Thank you so much for tuning in. Smash that like button if you haven't already done so on your way out. Hit that like button, show your support for the show. Definitely salute to, let me see here, boy, salute to everybody who joined. Jay Boogie, Danny Landis, appreciate you. Obviously, Sam, appreciate you. Don P, thank you as always. D, Poetic, D is balling, D's World of Hoops, D the Knicks analyst, D the world's wide. Like, I can't, man. You're killing me.
Hey, like I told Uncle Freedy, man. Hey, Ron, thank you for blessing me to have, just have me on your platform. I appreciate that, man. And and I also think it's an honor to talk to you, D. You got a lot of smart teeth. You be doing your homework, D.
Thank you, man. I appreciate it, man.
Yeah,
Sam, Sam, you're an intelligent dude, bro. You're an intelligent dude, bro. I'm gonna give you that, man.
Hey, I'm just pleased to be on the panel with you guys. You know, this schedule is pretty hectic for me now, so I'm not able to get on like I want to. But when I can get on, I like getting on these type of shows and talking basketball with you guys.
Yeah.
So I appreciate it.
It's good to see you, Sam. It's been a while, bro.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, man, I'm doing good, but you know, like I said, it's kind of hectic. I'm moving up north at the end of this month, so I'll be in Milwaukee up until December. So it's getting kind of crazy here.
Look, I know you're on the quest for the 7-figure per year, bro. I got you.
Yeah,
There's no
course.
problem, bro.
Hey, if the Bucks give me an internship, I hate to say it, guys, I might have to take it.
Hey, man, listen, that's okay. We know we'll never talk to you again, but we'll be rocking with you. Appreciate your success.
One more thing before we get out of here, right? We have the summer league coming up. Is there any early names that you think guys might surprise that nobody thought of?
For the Knicks, you mean?
Yeah, for the roster, yeah.
I think you might see some things out of Montero potentially. I do think Keels is going to have a good summer league. And another name to look out for that I liked his college game was Garrison Brooks. I'm not sure how it's going to translate, but I did like his college game when he was at UNC for I think a few years he played there. He was pretty solid.
Yeah. Had a decent year with Mississippi State as well. My guy to look out for is Mikal Potter from the G League. He can stretch the floor. He's got pretty good feet. Reads the game pretty well. Pitcher like a watered down Hartenstein.
Oh man.
Okay. I was gonna say my guy to look out for and watch is Vince Edwards. I think Vince Edwards is interesting. He's 6'8" from Purdue. I like his game. I like his little tenacity he has. He may be someone that might shine a little bit if given the opportunity. You know, you don't never know how much these guys are going to play in the summer league, but I'll be looking forward to seeing what he does. But really, what I'm most excited about watching is the battle between Keels, McBride, and Montero. I want to see what they each do out there at that point guard position, what they bring.
Yeah, hey, you basically said everything I was gonna say, Ryan. So yeah, ditto.
Well, okay, no problem, brother, no problem. Yeah, I definitely. It should be pretty fun. I ain't gonna lie, I already said it. I'm really disappointed that Rokas won't be there. That's like another one of those. But I get it. There's some stipulations going on there, and that is the problem when you deal with European talent. You might run into a situation where you can't really, bring them over for certain things unless you're ready to buy them out and bring them over for good. So it is what it is. We'll see what happens with that. And to your point earlier that I didn't get a chance to say something about, Rokas might be on the chopping block because of the fact that we now got Jalen Brunson. And we have some young guys that we still want to take a look at and see what they can do. And we'll see what happens because it's. I hope they don't move Rokas. I would much rather him be the eventual backup. Now you got Jalen. You have Rokas as your backup because I think Rokas is very talented. I think that's all the Knicks would need from that point guard position. And Rokas plays defense too. Yeah. But we'll see what happens. But I think they definitely. It's a high chance they'll move him. I hope they don't, but it's high chance they will.
And that's a great point you bring up, Ron, because I think the administration has to think that, they have all these draft picks, right? And so they have to think but we have to round out this roster very quickly around Jalen because he's already getting ahead of the curve, and especially he's turning 26, or he's 26 already. So I think it's very important that if he is signed for 4 years with the fourth year of an option, you would definitely want to speedily construct this roster around his strengths, and his capabilities, and become a contender as quickly as possible. Because you don't want to wait 1 or 2 years, and then all of a sudden, by the time we get something going, we got to worry about Brunson's option coming up in the fourth year. So, very important to move speedily.
Yeah, agreed. Yeah. Also, I want to give a shout out and salute to Marvin's Perspective for joining the show. Appreciate you as always, Marvin. It was definitely nice to have you on, chopping it up with us. Subliminal 209, thank you for being here and rocking with us, brother. You're always welcome. I think I got everybody that showed up. If I missed you, I apologize. My memory is raw. But thank you guys as always. And lastly, before we get out of the last thing I want to say, guys, is One, thank you for being here, tuning in, showing your support, hitting that like button. Appreciate you. You'll catch us next Monday night. Still Knicks Fans Weekly Show. Ron, John, and my man Jose on the ones and twos. There will be a NBA report next Thursday, and then we'll repeat the cycle again, Know the Ledge again on Saturday. But before that, next up, you guys should tune into and watch tomorrow afternoon at 12 noon, D's World of Hoops. So, Sam, I know timing sometimes is tough for you with everything you got going on with school, but now you know if you're free on the weekends early, I'm always here at 11 a.m., and D's World of Hoops will be rocking with you at 12 p.m. on Sundays. So definitely check him out.
Cool.
I'm going to definitely subscribe, B. I got you.
Appreciate y'all. Appreciate everybody that did. And I appreciate you, Ron. Thank you for that.
No problem, bro. The link is in the chat. It's pinned. So you can just click on that and go straight to his channel. Thank you guys, as always, for rocking with me. It's been a pleasure. I'm happy to be back in full mode now. We're back to our regularly scheduled programming. We're doing it. And hopefully these Knicks continue to do some smart, good basketball moves, man. That's what keep doing the right thing. Let's go forward, man. All right, y'all. I'll catch you on the next one. Salute. We out of here.
What's up?